Hi. Hello. Sup? I know it's a very unceremonious start. Hello! Did you get the notification? Surprise, it's me. How's it going? What up? Did I link that I was live right now? No. Did I tell anybody I was gonna be here? Yes. Hello, I just threw this like a little bit one together for us just for today because we're doing something a little bit unique. By unique I mean I'm not using my normal layouts and I'm doing this specifically on YouTube as opposed to on Twitch, which is where I normally cover stuff like this and then like either put it out on a vote basis or put it out on a in an edited basis. Um oh hi. Oh hi. Oh hello. Oh hi. It's me. Hopefully the chat is working. We'll find out. Um so yeah, I'm doing this specifically on YouTube because a lot of the things that have happened have taken place on YouTube. So it seemed appropriate for me to sort of address it here. You'll notice my hair is still wet. Oh well. I'm gonna give this a couple minutes because I did say I was starting at 2, and it's still a couple of minutes. Two, Jake, call me Tutu. A Jacob Tutu. We'll wait a couple minutes. Before I go into my main explanation, I guess. Happy Canada Day. It's rum and coke night tonight. So, hooray! If you want to come to rum and coke night, let me know. I do have a standing offer for anybody who we're going to be discussing today. If they want to come on and have a conversation, we can schedule something. I don't want to bring anybody on right away. I'd rather kind of get through the spiel first, and then once I'm done the spiel, then we can start inviting people on and all that fun stuff. Brought a lighter and you have gas and petrol. Okay, I'm gonna. All right. A couple things before we start lighting dumpster fires. Um, One, I am taking. I'm planning on taking what we witness on this stream at face value. Um, I'm not going to spend too much time going into like what is right and what is wrong and who did what. I will address some of that, but not very much of it. I'm gonna try to be as constructive constructive as I can. I'm gonna do my best to not be pointing fingers and be like, oh well, she did that and she did that and fuck her this. I'm not. No, we're not gonna play that game today. Um, I am taking this at face value as a legitimate attempt. Um, cause so one thing that I've noticed from this community, and when I say this community, I'm talking about like this pseudo anti Katie Joy group that has fractured into multiple other types of groups and things. Where there's kind of like there's an anti Katie Joy group, then there's a band of bullies that is kind of ponying off of this anti Katie Joy thing, and then there's people that are like not necessarily pro or anti Katie Joy, but are just, existing and they used to be on one side or the other, but they just don't like this bullying nonsense that's been going on, like this harassment that's happened. Um, which is fair. I can agree with that. I can understand that people forcing people into boxes of either you like Katie Joy or you hate Katie Joy is kind of a silly concept. It's a silly concept it's not a good premise to base your to base your opinions about somebody off of, because it's a false dichotomy to begin with. You cannot like Katie Joy and also not like somebody who criticizes Katie Joy. You can also like Katie Joy and like somebody who criticizes Katie Joy. Like it's not There's no rule that says you have to like this person, you don't have to like this person. Whereas that's kind of where I'm seeing a lot of, I think, these schisms. And this community seems to have struggled a lot with people taking advantage of them. Is that fair? Does that make sense? Does that follow with what I'm saying? I think, and we're gonna see a little bit of that sort of, like in this video they're gonna kind of describe it. So I am gonna like play for longer periods of time than usual. Normally, like, somebody will say something, I'll have to stop it like really quickly, but I do want to try to make sure that they get their hi Puck, they get their whole spiel out before I interrupt. And like I said, I'm not gonna be picking too much on what did happen, what didn't happen. I'm gonna be focusing a little bit more on understanding the concepts and trying to maybe use this stream to help in moving forward, to help this particular group that seems to be struggling with people taking advantage of them over and over again, whether that be for money, whether it be for clout or numbers, whether it be for like emotionally taking advantage of them, whatever, what have you, however you kind of want to view that. So please understand just ahead of time that I'm not going to be casting judgment, I guess, in this stream, and I'm not going to be trying to, like, quote unquote hold people accountable in this stream, and I'm not trying to say that, oh, you definitively did this and you're wrong. I watched this stream twice before this because there seems to be a concerted effort going on here, and I want to treat that with some respect. But I also want to point out that I think that there are some errors that are being made, and I think those errors are easy things to course correct to help avoid people taking advantage of this community in the future, or these people, these individuals, these viewers, right? So if I say, for example, if I say, oh, hey, Alice, for example, who makes an appearance in this video, if I say, oh, hey, Alice is doing this thing, look out for this, I'm not saying that to definitively condemn Alice for doing something. I'm saying this as, hey, look out, this is an error. If you make adjustments, you can avoid this error. Not to be like, oh, I'm holding a gun to Alice's head and being like, oh no, you're a bad person for doing this. That's not what we're doing here. Not this time. Maybe later. I'm reserving judgment for now, but maybe another time. But welcome. I hope that's enough of like a preset to what we're talking about. I hope I've clarified. We do have rum and coke after this, so maybe if people want to chat about this afterwards. I don't know if we're gonna get through this entire thing. I'm gonna try at least to get through the first half an hour, and then we'll see how long that took and where we're at. So, are we ready? Are you all comfortable? Are you uncomfortable? Maybe you should be a little. I'm teasing. It's good to see you all. Welcome. Let's get into this. I am gonna skip the intro. My criticisms about about production notwithstanding, I understand that StreamYards is it's StreamYards, right? StreamYards is a bit of a chore. I'm not gonna comment too much on chat unless something explicit comes up that I think needs addressing, but I left chat there so you guys can see it while it's going, but I'm not too worried about it. Actually, Puck's right here. He's right there. He's here. He's hanging out. All right. I mean, if you guys start fights in the chat, that's your fault. I kid. I tease. We're gonna be nice today. We're in nice mode. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted. It's not really a problem for their channel. It would be a problem for mine. Also, look, 69 subscribers. It's the funny number. Congratulations. We love the funny number. There's no closed captioning as well for whatever reason, and I don't know if this is intentional or not. I half a dozen the other, it doesn't really matter. There's no transcript. So because there that's something that I don't know if Michelle knows this. You have to turn that on when you do live streams. Um, but it's just in the settings when you go live in the YouTube studio. But so if you're wondering why there's no closed captions, it's because they're not on. So all right, let's get into this.
Hello, hello, hello. How is
Howdy,
everybody?
howdy, howdy.
How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Me too. Me too. We had Alice here just a minute ago, but I think she had to go take care of a puppy. So she will. Oh, here she is. You're
There's
back.
Alice.
Hi.
Yes. How are you doing, Alice?
Good.
Okay,
Good.
I'm trying to go way back in the chat so I can talk to everybody that's here. We have Linda. Hi, Linda. We have Claire Bew. Where is Pretend Fashionista? She's supposed to be here. Villanova, Lizzie, Mockin Media. Hello. I hope that I'm not missing anybody. Hold on. Hold on. I already said hello to you. And Grace Case, hello, Miss Cassandra. How are you? I said hello to Grace Case, Miss Cassandra. Shanley, how are you doing? Nikki May, hello.
Puck is whining at me. What do you want? What? Where's your ball? Where is it? I don't know where it is. Where is it? I literally have nothing for you. I was playing, bro, we were playing with Firefly Larva earlier. Get out of here. I'm gonna kick you out. You're being a weenie. Get out of here. Go. Go. Go on. I'm kicking Puck out. He's being a dingleberry. Alright. Usually I don't kick him out, but today, no. Being a weenie.
Oh, hello, hello. Did I already say hello to you? Hi, Sue. And oh my goodness, there's a lot of people here. Okay, if I have missed anybody here for a good time, hello. I don't believe I know you. My goodness. Okay. And I think that I've got everybody. If I missed anybody, I apologize. And you can tell Linda in the chat that I missed you. How's that? So
Too bad.
I tried to get everybody, but golly, there's a lot here. I appreciate it. And if you're here, if you haven't already done so, to subscribe to the channel would be amazing. And of course, like the video, share it to any social media platforms that you would like to do. And we will get start our little chat tonight. So Alice and I had been talking earlier in the week, and this had been made known. Linda had said something to me about it too, to do just a chit chat. Hi, Joan. About whatever we wanted to chat about. Now, I will say, since Linda is not feeling well and she's not up here with us tonight, we are later. Linda and I are later going to do our video that I know everybody's waiting for, but I can't do that without Linda. And
all right. So there's a lot of intro there, and I'm not gonna pick on you saying hi to people. Like, that's fine. That makes sense. And as much as I said I wasn't gonna pause it, as soon as she said something, I paused it, and I'm sorry for that. This is an easy mistake to make. Do not. It is not. It is ill-advised. I'll put it this way. It is ill-advised to have your hangout video where you're all going to talk about your experiences before you've put out your evidence video. It's an easy mistake to make, especially since the evidence videos are like a big deal. And I get that your friend who you want to do these streams or these talks with is ill. It means that you should have waited before doing this video as well. Both of them should have been delayed until you could get all of your evidence-based stuff out. I understand the temptation as somebody who has been there. I get it. It is an easy mistake to make. It's not a mistake that's the end of the world, but part of there you'll notice that it becomes a compounding issue very, very quickly, because as you're talking about whatever it is that the issue is, nobody has any proper frame of reference. They just kind of have to take your word for it. So it kind of undermines and makes it a little bit more difficult to get through a Hangout video like this when there is no prior thing to reference. I say this because, again, I have done this before. There's a reason why I didn't do a let's hang out and talk about the company video until after I did the 12-hour stream and then put those videos out. So it did end up taking like 2 to 3 weeks before like we got to have a conversation about it. But in the long run, it's gonna do you a lot of good to not have these types of conversation streams until actually you've made your case and put your evidence out, so that way people have a frame of reference. And because when you do it this way, somebody can just basically brush off your entire video and everything you have to say by saying, yeah, but you haven't put out any receipts yet. So all of this it's meaning, like, there's no substance at that point besides what you're just saying. And I don't mean to say that as in don't tell your stories, and I don't mean to say that you're lying. I mean to say that as in it's very easy to brush aside everything if you do this type of video before the evidence one. So I would recommend put your evidence videos out first. It'll do you a lot of favors, because you'll notice as we get into this a little bit more that it starts becoming problematic in just having to. There's too many there's too many people. It's happened too many times in this particular community, in this particular group. And I don't mean, sorry, the individuals on the stream or even any individual in particular in chat. I mean, like, you're talking about Katie Joy, you're talking about Megs, you're talking, I think Dottie comes up at some point about, like, all these people that can't be trusted, all these people that have come into the scene and then said a bunch of shit and then been, like, scamming or ripping people off or lying about situations. It's really easy for somebody who's going to be lying or wants to lie or wants to take advantage of streams like this one, where you're kind of just have to take somebody's word for it. So it would behoove you, and it would be in your best interest, to put your evidence stream out first. It's not the end of the world. It's just you're not doing yourself any favors, and you could do yourself some favors. It would just make your life easier, in my experience. And there's a reason why I never went live about what had happened between, like, the breakup between Steve and I until after the mod call and the mediation calls had been out and people had enough time to see them. So I also had something to reference back to for what people wanted to talk about. I don't think I ever actually even ended up making a video about that because there was no reason to, but it's another story. We can talk about that another time.
Of course, we will talk some about that tonight, from Alice and Blondie's point of view, and also Pretend Passion.
Thank you, Rose. I'm pretty sure Blondie doesn't actually get to talk too much in this video, but I could be wrong, but we'll see. Yeah, having the receipts coming out ahead of time is definitely in your best interest.
Nista, I believe, maybe she'll be here in a little bit. But right now, we just want to talk about whatever Alice and or Blondie want to talk about. So I was getting to know them backstage, and my perceptions up until the past 2 or 3 weeks had not been good, and that's because of all the crap that had been shoved down my throat. And, I've made my apologies where I needed to make them. And if there's anybody in the chat that I have ever wronged, I want to apologize to you as well. And that's all that I can do. And the only way I can, rectify my reputation is just by my actions. So, that's what I'm going to continue to do. I do appreciate all the support that I have received over the past 2 to 3 weeks. And, other than that, that's all I can say about that. We get fed a ton of lies at times and we believe it. And I'm 60 years old, for crying out loud. Hi, KCG.
You don't need to be so hard on yourself. I think we've all been on the wrong side of controversy, and we've all been. Everybody has experienced it.
Yeah, but like I did some rotten things, and it just, hey, Spackle, how are you? I don't know, it just makes my heart hurt, and I can't help how I feel inside. So, I'm trying not to be, because Linda has talked to me and talked to me and talked to me, and probably if she could have grabbed me through the phone, she would have done so and tried to, shake me a little bit. But you know how that goes.
All right, there's a little bit of a lot to unpack here. Again, I'm not trying to condemn Michelle here. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is probably also not something that should have been brought up or explained in this way, because it comes with a handful of problems. One of those problems being, we don't know who you've apologized to. We don't know what you've apologized for. You stated you did some pretty rotten things, and that kind of implies that some of those things were public, some of those things were private. And you kind of just really slammed the door on people. And I'm not trying to say this as in, like, again, I'm not trying to condemn you, and I'm not saying this is intentional. I'm trying to take this as face value as possible, and that this is all good intentioned. By saying that you've apologized to the people you feel like you've apologized to, if there is anybody that you've forgotten about or you've wronged, the only way that they can take that, and the only way that anybody who has not received an apology from you can take that, is by assuming, or actually understanding, because this is what you've said, is understanding that you either stand by what you've said prior, or they didn't deserve the apology. And that might not really seem like a big deal, and that might be your prerogative, and that's fine, it is. But the videos on Meg's channel are still up. So if I go to here, let's take a look, right? Like just as an example here. This is the very first live stream that Megs and Michelle did together. And this is still up. Just to be clear. Now, I assume that there's been some kind of appropriate reconciliation, at least between Michelle and Megs. Or sorry, Michelle and Alice, sorry. I don't know, because I'm not in their DMs. All I know is that they've been chatting. So I don't know what that entails, and to a degree it's not really much of my business, and I don't really care that much. Clearly Alice has accepted it. But I still have to make that assumption. Because again, this is the trouble with doing stuff like this live as opposed to pre-recorded. If you're going to make an apology video, you're better off to script it and pre-record it. But you're not even suggesting you're going to do an apology video, so that's another issue. So let's take a quick listen, just so we have a contextual reference for what I'm talking about here. So I'm just going to play like a couple minutes of this very first stream.
Hey. Finally.
Uh-huh.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, everybody in the chat and up on the roof.
Right.
to everybody on the roof. Y'all, I don't know why I am so nervous. I've done this so many times with other creators, but it's so different now that it's like, my channel. So excuse the nerves, but I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, me too.
So this is something that, Michelle and I have been talking about for a while, and, something that I've even kicked around for a while, even before I met Michelle, and, just for reasons here and there, I never really, just sat down to actually make a channel and do it. And whenever Michelle and I started talking and getting to know each other, we both shared a lot of the same passions and really wanted to do this together. So here we are. And we have a few things we definitely want to discuss tonight. And I think we're going to just kind of go out the gate and talk about the IDs. What do you think?
I think that's great.
Yeah. So I don't know if y'all remember, but there was, we used to mod for Veda, and there was an issue where things were said that were not true on Veda, where Veda had asked the mods, that was me and Michelle and Reagan and a couple other people, for our IDs. And it's been put out there that she asked for the IDs for, reasons that are not true. Like she wanted to steal our credit card information and all this stupid crap, right? Well, the day that she asked for our IDs, she immediately showed us an email that she had received from Facebook Meta, right? And we read it. It was there for us to see. It clearly stated that anybody that was an admin for her on her Facebook pages, needed to submit their IDs. So I'm not really sure why, other than just, pure hate and, mean things were being said on her, but she did not ask for the IDs for any reasons except for what it was for, which is that letter from Meta that she received. She was not trying to hurt any of us by asking for our IDs. And Michelle is here to back that up. Reagan's in the chat. She can back that up. I hate the fact that that has been put out there about her. And I wish I would have cleared this up a lot sooner, but things were not really, I was having a really hard time going through a lot of things, as a lot of you know, so I didn't get to clear it up in the way that it should, and I do regret that, and I'm very sorry to Veda for that. She did not deserve those kinds of accusations or lies to be put on her. I do know that she would never do something like that. She did care about all of her mods very much, and I think she was just trying to do the right thing by, answering this email that she got from Meta, because she did run several pages and still does. So anyway, did you want to add anything on that?
No, I just, I agree with everything you said. That's the way it happened. And that's all, we can all back it up that she absolutely, positively did not have any ill intentions of asking for IDs.
Right, exactly. We're not really going to get into like all the leaving stuff, because we're still, we're still talking. And
this video was their very first live stream, and the first thing that they decide to discuss on their very first live stream is this bullshit about Veda from the company Veda. Veda TRO Veda. Veda, I've got your IP addresses Veda, that they had been modding for a year. for a year. They'd been around. And then saying that people were lying about Veda, saying she was asking for IDs. So we all know that these two and Reagan all knew that Veda was asking for IDs. This is in February of 2024. So they knew well before February of 2024. You see the problem. Like, you understand the issues here. So, next up, let's take a look at another one. Let me just grab the timestamp here. This one is, What Do the Trolls Say? From also February of 2024. Let me just grab my timestamp. Let's see, 30 minutes. What did I say? 30, yep. Let's take a look. Close enough. Yes.
Right. I mean, that's crazy because she never showed her C&D.
No, I never did see it. She wouldn't send it to me, and now I know why.
Right. I mean, I had to show
if she
mine to everybody.
one, I'm sure person that shall not be named probably made up one, as part of their plot for her to spy and play both sides,
Well,
never mind. I was gonna say,
when I got mine, which is the same day that you got yours, I mean, I had to show mine, which I would show it to anybody. I don't care,
Yeah, everybody threw fits, and I mean, I put mine out there a few times, and I said if anybody missed it, they can come to me, and I would be happy to show it to them because I mean, I don't have any reason to hide it.
No, either.
So then,
although I still don't know why I got one, but anyway, I've never even tweeted, spoke to nothing with that person who we're not naming. Nothing.
Right.
Charla. This is they're talking about Charla.
She says, at nonsense, Megan's Veda's sidekick has a channel now. Her first live was full of lies. She announced that twice in a live. I think that was yesterday or whenever that was, to get people to bite, get attention, because this is why she's saying that. Here, I'm gonna show y'all. So she can get poor Sue. That's what she wants. Poor Sue, that attention, that, oh, poor little Sue got treated mean, that thing. And then so Willow says, poor Sue, seems to me the only evil people are the ones expecting Sue to do what they want her to do. Sue's old enough to choose who she wants as her friends. Yeah, she is. And you're right about that. But up until just a few weeks ago or so, she was talking about how much she didn't like Alice, didn't like nonsense, didn't like Kathy P, all of those things, and didn't like Holy Spackle, Nikki May, all of those people told me Nikki May called her drunk, and she was talking real bad about all those things, just to flip all of a sudden, bam.
Yeah.
So.
And KJ, don't forget KJ.
Yeah, and of course the big one, Katie Joy, which, I mean, I really didn't even have to ever call that out. A ton of people on Twitter took care of that. I mean, a ton.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, not everybody's going to just be so like, oh, that's great, you made up with her, pat on the back. Give me a break.
I don't think anybody.
I mean, how many years did you cry about what she did to you and how she treated you bad and all that stuff? Just to go turn around and say, I did it for myself. Bullshit.
No, I think there's a lot more to that story. So
Yeah. And then, turning around and saying things on Steve, who you were supposed to support. I mean, there's just a lot. And other creators too. I'm not going to go into it, but those screenshots will be shown soon, probably. So,
right.
but anyway,
Yeah,
and
not
I don't buy the whole everybody gifted membership kind of thing. Maybe to one, but the whole thing of when you spend all this time calling these people out and then you just flip flop like that, I don't know. It's not a good look.
no, it's not.
It's not like they were friends before and they worked it out.
Not a good look, eh? Alright, well, let's go one more. I got one more to look at. Just to give us a brief context for what I'm trying to get across here. This is 18 minutes. This is Wednesday night hangout. Drama trolls lies. This is from March. So let's just take a quick look here. I'm going to jump to the 18-minute mark, 18:30. I usually click it back just a little bit.
And I'm happy for her. So, but I mean, they're going to say what they want to say. They make stupid comments like, I never left and it was all fake and, silly,
right.
Stupid little things like that. But let me see what they're saying in the comments.
I just put one up that Sue said. Can you see it?
Oh, that Tiffany said, Sue Elliott needs to keep your name out of her mouth. Is that the only way you make friends, lying and trashing Megan? You need help, Sue. Yeah, I agree.
This is a month later. So Sue left modding with this group, stopped hanging out with this group, had a disagreement. They went back and forth a little bit. They talked about it. Whatever. A month later, they're still talking about it. Just to be clear.
And Wolf, oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, Wolf. Yeah, they have no idea, or that is the delusion they believe. Either way, they are wrong. Exactly.
Yeah.
And Heather, I'm very disappointed in Sue. Sorry to say. Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah. It is a horrible.
So, how's Katie Joy doing, Sue? Let's look at
Yeah, how's Katie Joy doing? Because there's Katie Joy and there's not Katie Joy, right? You're either with us or you're against us. Alright, they pulled up me and Willow talking about something Wolf said, but I'm gonna skip that for now because it's not really that important. Because again, I'm not trying to get into the nitty gritty of what is right, what is wrong, I'm trying to demonstrate a point here. So we're gonna jump again to 35 minutes.
the very bottom where she said, damn, he's stupid. And of course, she writes one of Wolf's tweets, which Wolf, another one who, like Katie, is a liar. When he tweets, he is spitting facts and the truth, or stating exactly how he feels about something. And I think all of Wolf's tweets are right on the money. So
this is so funny to me. Wolf said yes, and she admitted to working for Steve. Now
I'm the she that Wolf is referring to, just to be clear.
Wolf said yes, and she admitted to working for Steve. Now I must ask her, what is working for the company like? What does this mythological place look like? What color what color are the walls? Please enlighten us on this place that only exists in her mush brain.
In her mush brain.
Since she did just admit to. And
That tweet was great, Wolf.
yes, it was.
Oh my God. Well, we don't know about working for the company, but I think a few of them know how it's like to work for, what is it called? The Keystone Computer or whatever it was. And that
You guys started your videos with defending Veda. I'm pretty sure you know exactly what it's like working for the company. But regardless. I'm gonna jump ahead again, and I'm gonna jump to 4611 in this video. 46. 4604 is close enough.
People.
right.
Oh, so Queen says, good luck with that one. Trying to scapegoat a witness in an ongoing case is probably not going to look good to the court. Okay. Who is trying to scapegoat who? I don't.
There's no telling.
That is a problem. You're going to have a hard time, like specifically to Michelle. And again, I'm not trying to condemn you here. I'm not passing judgment on this. You're going to have a hard time convincing people to believe you about having apologized to people, about wanting to change your behavior, about how you were just being shoved, like you were just having things shoved down your throat about these people. If you were modding for Veda, you've been in the community for a year, and you don't know what the court case is about, you don't know what the context of the tweets that you're showing and sharing on a live stream are, like, you're gonna have a hard time jumping over that hurdle, is what I'm getting at. And part of the problem here is, again, it's not about me, it's not about Willow, it's not about Sue as individuals. I don't know who you have and have not spoken to in the background, but the problem is neither does your audience. Your audience doesn't know who you've apologized to, what you've apologized for or about. They don't know what you do and do not still agree with about these streams. You've also have to contend with the issue of Black Wolf. And this is disregarding you guys propping up Katie as a liar, who is a transphobic bigot, and is a Holocaust denier. So that's a whole other slew of issues, right? Wolf was running around making threats to people. Aaron turned around and took Manya defending herself about those threats and tried to call Manya racist. This is a complicated issue, right? Because of how intertwined all of these things are and how much just bullshit is flying around. And again, I'm not trying to say this because, like, I'm trying to condemn you and saying that, like, oh, people shouldn't believe whatever you're saying. What I'm saying is I'm pointing out that if you are not straightforward and if you are not clear about these things, assuming that you are earnest, and you make people, or you set up a scenario, or you set up an expectation that people don't have to be clear, or they don't need to be clear about these things, it makes it very easy for people who are not honest to take advantage of that lack of transparency, or at least that lack of forthcoming, sort of earnest one-to-one. So let's say, for example, let's take Megs. Let's take Megs for example, right? If Megs comes out tomorrow and is like, you know what, I was wrong and I apologized to people about the things I felt like I needed to apologize for and to, and you know what, I just wanted to get away from all this toxic nonsense, and I'm gonna do, I'm starting a different channel with somebody else in streams, and we're just gonna talk about Katie Joy. You would have to accept that. And the reason you would have to accept that is because that's all you're giving other people right now. Right? it's also you're gonna have a hard time getting over the hurdle of you are being let's take your words for it, right? We're gonna take Michelle's words for it. We're gonna say you're being force fed, right? And you're being force fed this information, but you're reading it out loud. You're hearing what Megs is saying. You're agreeing with what Megs is saying. And we don't know what and whomst you've apologized to or for. Right? So, because people don't know, they have to assume that you have not. Right? So we have to assume that you have not apologized or taken back or retracted anything that you've said about Lady Willow. It's also hard to swallow the idea that you've been spoon-fed these things as an adult, right? I mean, that tracks, right? It's hard to believe that you've been spoon-fed these things as an adult, but don't know what the Charla situation is when you've been around for a year and the community has been, like, the Charla situation has been a mainstay, really big issue within the Charla situation. You're going to criticize me talking about myself as a witness without the context, but how do you not have the context for being around for a year? Again, I'm not saying this to condemn you or saying that you're doing this wrong or that you're being dishonest. I'm taking you at face value and earnestly. I'm telling you that you're going to have a hard time getting over this hurdle. Do you still agree with Wolf making threats? You've made the argument or you've made the statement that you've done some pretty rotten things, but that's very nondescript. That's arbitrary. That doesn't mean anything. So you're going to run into a lot of pushback and a lot of trouble, and people are not, it's not reasonable for people to expect to take you seriously, and it's not reasonable to expect for people to treat you charitably. Everybody in this stream, this one, the newest one that we're looking at, not the older ones with Megs, the new ones, are being incredibly charitable, incredibly gracious, especially for some of the things that have been like tossed around and the amount of harassment that's happened. And so it's I don't think just even if you proceed to never take another screenshot out of context again, and even if you never do you never do like a stream where it's just like shit talking again, like, even if you never do a stream like that again, you never talk about Katie Joy again, you never talk about like this area of the internet again, these things will not go away. They will rear their ugly head at the worst possible times, because if you slip up somewhere else, they're going to look into you and they're going to go and they're going to find these prior streams. So if you do not succeed in putting a like big stopper on it, then you're going to struggle in the future, is what I'm getting at. And anybody with an ounce of skepticism is not going to buy what you're selling. So let's keep going. And actually, before I go, just asking makes a good point. To be fair, half of the community has been fooled by Megs at one time, and nobody knew Charlotte. Sure, I agree. What I'm trying to present is these are the slip-ups, and these are the mistakes, and these are the expectations that make it easy for somebody like Megs to fool you. Right? I'm taking Michelle at her word that this is very earnest and she's doing her best. The errors inside of this are the things that somebody who's being dishonest will utilize and take advantage of to fool you in the future. Does that make sense? So if that's exactly the problem. So what Just Asking said, we have to give grace to anyone who sees through her, meaning Megs, and calls her out. She is dirty. No, you don't. You don't have to do that. That's you can give her grace if you want to, but you don't have to do that thing. And you can give somebody grace without just immediately believing them and taking them under your wing and bringing them into your camp. Right? Michelle has admitted and said out loud that she has done rotten things to people. It is important to make sure that we, as a group, and I don't mean me personally, I mean I should say you as a group, understand that when you bring somebody into a fold, trusting them immediately, forgiving them immediately when they are being unclear about the things they're being sorry for, who they're being sorry to, and what the actual truth of the matter is, you are playing a dangerous game. Are you going to invite Katie Joy in because she doesn't like Megs? If she's like, yeah, this Megs person is a bitch, look at all this information I have on her, you're gonna be like, oh, hey, thanks, Katie Joy, you ain't, no, this is exactly how this community ends up in trouble every single fucking time. Because they do not vet the people that they just start looking up to and giving information to on left, right, and center. If you have no, if you have no standards, and the only standard is they don't like that other person, all you're building is a hate group. And when you're building a hate group, you start justifying what you're doing to the person you don't like. And when you start justifying and when you start doing that, you become the thing that you got mad about in the first place. In the video clip that I showed you of the first one, this very first one, Michelle is admitting to doing the same thing Megs is. Having had information, known information, and shitting on people who called it out. Right? So what makes Michelle different from Megs? Because we have to assume Michelle is telling the truth because we don't like Megs? No, we don't! We don't have to do that. That's not a requirement. Nobody has to do anything. Alice has figured it out. I believed in you the whole time. I'm not trying to condemn Michelle. I'm not trying to condemn Michelle. I'm not trying to condemn Megs. There's some things that are said in this stream that I'm like, why is this Meg's responsibility? There are things in this stream that I'm like, huh? What are you talking about? And part of that, and the reason why I'm not focusing or talking about that right now, is because the receipts video still hasn't come out yet. And so because the receipts video still hasn't come out yet, I'm withholding my opinions and my judgment about this situation, if I even ever decide to talk about that, because you know what I mean? So, again, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to advise the members of this community, as well as Michelle, about how to avoid this pitfall that I'm describing. It would be very easy to give Michelle grace just because you don't like Megs, and Michelle is now the one that's going to fuck you over. Right? Because Meg does dirty work just like Steve. Yeah, but Michelle admitted she did too. Right? She said she's done rotten things. In the video clip we looked at, she said she knew what was going on but didn't speak up. And went around and accused people of things. Right? So, like, at what point, where's the level of responsibility and accountability that you as a group, because you're a group, you as a group are going to decide is acceptable or not, right? Now, I'm not saying you don't have to. You can be like, you know what, no. Take your advice and shove it up your ass. Fine. That you can do that. That's fine. You're welcome to not have standards. You're welcome to set whatever standards you want. You're welcome to disagree with me and be like, nah, fuck it. I'm just warning you of the pitfall that I've noticed this community does over and over and over and over and over and over and over. We saw it with Veda. We've seen it with Megs. We're gonna see, I guarantee you we're gonna see it again. I mean, Aaron's doing the same kind of shit. So, like, it's over and over and over and over, right? So at what point do you decide that you're going to learn from the mistake? The mistake being, what does accountability look like? And why do we just accept people and everything they say as long as they don't like the same person we don't like? That's not a good idea. Just because anybody get like, so here's something funny. As far as anybody knows, I don't really like Katie Joy, right? Like, I don't spend a whole lot. I've made videos criticizing her in the past. I haven't done so recently, but as far as like anybody's opinion or knowledge of my opinion should be, is that I don't really like Katie Joy very much, right? But this group fucking hates me. It's almost like just because I don't like Katie Joy means that you don't have to accept me into your group of not liking Katie Joy. You see what I'm saying? You're allowed to dislike people who don't like the same people you do. You don't have to accept what, and sorry, again, Michelle, I don't mean to pick on you. This is the example that I'm being handed right now. You don't have to accept what Michelle is saying just because she doesn't like Megs. Right? Now that doesn't mean you don't have to like hear her out and listen to what she has to say and wait for the receipts and be charitable. It doesn't mean you giving somebody grace, or it doesn't mean you have to be a dick to her if you don't believe her, right? You cannot believe somebody and not be a total fucking asshole. You, like, quite frankly, I don't really believe a lot of this, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna sit here and be like, well, fuck you, Michelle, you piece of shit. No. I'm taking her at face value as if this is an earnest attempt. I'm just noticing that these things are going to be very, very problematic in the future if they're not nipped in the bud. And I figured it would be better for me to say something and try to lend my assistance in a way that can easily be adjusted and course corrected before it goes too far down the line and ends up snowballing into a really, really big problem. The things I'm saying here don't only apply to this particular scenario. It applies across the board. You don't believe Sony just because Sony said that they were going to do something. You believe Sony when Sony does the thing. But you have to decide on what you and your group's level is going to be. If your only bar that you have is they dislike the same person as we dislike, you're going to get screwed over and over and over again, because it is not a hard bar to... You put the bar in the dirt. Nobody even knows it's there. You know what I mean? So, I digress. Let's listen to a little bit more of this. I know that was a lot. Let's continue.
Well, hopefully more people are going to come up on panel.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if there is anybody that wants to come up here on panel with us, if you will just let me know, I will drop the link and you would be more than welcome. Shanley, if you take the E out of that, that's how you spell my name, hun. But yeah, well, I'm more than, hey, Greenworm, or Moby, I'm sorry. If anybody does want to come up here on panel, just let me know and I will be more than happy to drop a link and you can come right up here with us, okay? Because the more the merrier. I can have 10 up here at a time, so. But Alice, yeah, I know, but it's hard for me not to be hard on myself. So
You shouldn't be. You really shouldn't be.
You should be a little bit. I understand that people are like being charitable and being nice to you, but you should be a little bit hard. You should be a little bit hard on yourself. And I don't mean that as in you should beat yourself up, but I think it would behoove you and be in Michelle's best interest to maybe go out of her way to find some of the things that she said that she disagrees with, or maybe even some of the things that she still agrees with from her prior live streams, and then sit down and explain those things. Right? And be like, okay, so this is what I disagree with. This is what I did in the past. This is what I think was wrong. Here's why this happened. And here's a way to avoid it in the future or whatever. But here's a couple things that I do agree with, and here's why. And you can actually open up that dialogue. Because one of the biggest problems that this particular group has is there's not a whole lot of open dialogue. Right? There's not a whole lot of opportunity to converse back and forth and have that conversation with somebody who does disagree with you, or somebody who is being critical of an opinion, right? So you can avoid, like, doing steel manning instead of straw manning, trying to avoid taking things out of context when possible. If you think somebody has taken something out of context, being able to explain how and why those things are out of context. And part of that is, it's not easy to do. It's not an easy thing to do. It takes some thick skin, it takes some experience, it takes some practice. But if you can find people who are willing to have that conversation with you, and I think based on like the side chat over here, there are people who are willing to have that conversation and that back and forth without being too frustrated and without being too pointed at you. I think it would be in Michelle's best interest to take advantage of that. Alice is willing to come on and talk. Blondie's willing to come on and talk. I see Moby's there. I see I saw earlier, I think I saw Joan in there. So you've got people there who I could think I can definitively say Michelle has definitively said some pretty shitty things about, willing to have that conversation and willing to talk to her and willing to at least give her that grace, if not forgive her whether or not she's apologized. Right? So I think that there's an opportunity here that it would be sad to see it go by. I would actually be very interested personally to hear which things Michelle, if Michelle is able to jump over a couple of these hurdles to be like, yeah, no, I'm being earnest, I am really trying my best, da 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 da. It's really hard to go through and watch yourself say shitty things about people knowing that it's not true. Like, it's in the future, like, it's a hard, and it part of that is like trying to make things right. Right? Because part of apologizing, part of earning back the trust of the community, or the trust of anybody for that matter, is to have to go through some of those hardships and have to kind of show through your actions, which I think Michelle brings up, that she wants to show how one of the ways you do that is by enduring some of that discomfort, and kind of like, I think the term for it is like taking your lumps, to be like, yeah, no, that was right, that was wrong. Although I do think it is useful to I do think it would be, she might have to jump some of those hurdles first. It depends on how, we'll see how she reacts to this stream. So a personal apology is a good thing. Actually, that's it. Moe, thank you for saying something, because that reminded me of something else I wanted to say. There is I think there might be a little bit of an error happening here as well, which is, I think, just a misnomer. I don't think it's I think it's just an earnest mistake. I don't think this is intentional. When you're streaming with, when Michelle was streaming with Megs, it is reasonable to expect like a private apology for some people and a public apology for others. It depends on your individual relationship and how open that person is to whatever the situation is. Right? That's gonna half a dozen the other. So, for example, again, not asking for anything, I'm gonna use myself as an example because I don't want to speak for other people. If Michelle was attempting to apologize to me, I wouldn't give a shit about a private apology. These mistakes were made in public, and public indiscretions, to me, should be treated with a public attempt to rectify the scenario. So that's just me, right? Not everybody's gonna feel that way, and attempting to open communication with the person in private ahead of time, totally fine, as long as there's not like some other extenuating circumstance, right? However, as much as you can go through and be like, well, she said this about me, and then she said that about me, and I don't like that, blah 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 blah. You can nitpick till the cows come home. There's another party involved and it is the live chat, all of the viewers, because you're misleading the viewers. So there's the individual apologies for whatever personal indiscretion. So, like, I don't know, Alice and Michelle, right? Alice might forgive Michelle for what Michelle said about Alice, but doesn't mean the chat has forgiven Michelle for what Michelle told them about Alice, whether it's true or not, right? For example. Right? So everybody's going to have their personal standard, and Michelle's only going to be able to do so much. And there's going to be people who are going to be willing to let it go, and some people are not going to be able to let it go, and it really just depends. And part of that is going to be also the difference between a private person who is maybe just a chatter versus somebody who is who's a content creator, right? So it makes sense that in one place, so for maybe if Michelle sent an apology to Moby, it makes sense for that to happen in private or in like a more secluded setting because Moby does not make content, right? And if Michelle made a video apologizing directly to Moby, that might be kind of weird, and it might be accidentally painting a target onto Moby, right? Which we don't want, and that's not good. Nobody wants that. That's clearly not Michelle's intention, right? The intention is to get the apology out there, right? But if Michelle wants to apologize for example, enabling and reinforcing and assisting boost Black Wolf's threats to people, which were a very big general threat to kind of anybody, then something like that might be more of like I rescind. It doesn't have to be like a big thing, but like for example, I rescind my support of Black Wolf in the past. He was making threats to people, and at the time, that was wrong. I thought this thing, and it was actually that thing, and X, Y, and Z, or whatever. Again, not excuses, but explanations, totally valid, and then you can just move on, right? And then, and people can either say, we accept this, or we don't accept this. Right, and Michelle is going to have to live with that. There are going to be people who don't accept it, right? And so it's a back and forth, and it's a complicated situation. And part of the reason why it's complicated was because it was done live, right? There's a lot involved. And it's going to be, like, up to, and I wouldn't say otherwise, it's going to be up to Michelle to decide what she does and doesn't want to do. Like, if she doesn't do one of the things that I'm suggesting or pontificating or kind of spaghetti I'm throwing at the wall here, I'm not going to, like, start fucking being like, no, I'm not going to, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care, dude. Right, yes. Thank you, Alice. It's not about any one particular apology, and then it's on to the individual to then decide whether or not they want to accept that apology or not. And there might be people who are like not into a private apology, but in public they'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna accept your apology for the sake of keeping the peace or whatever, but we're not friends. You know what I mean? So it's also like there's a whole nother aspect to this that involves, like, what did Michelle do in the background? Right? And that's sticky. That's sticky for everybody. That's gonna be difficult for, and that's, only Michelle knows. So one of the things that comes up here, I don't know if we're going to get to it today or not. One of the things that comes up later on in this video is Fashionista. Pretend Fashionista comes on and starts talking about you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to go into it until we get there, if we get there. So if there's any questions, please tag me so I can make sure that I grabbed your thing in the chat. We'll get into that. Yeah, Wolf, Aaron, Katie is a liar, Maya Nova. Yeah, there's a list of, like, this gets really problematic and really, really sticky really, really fast. So I digress. Let's we'll come back to this if and when we get about it. And even if you want to, Joan, for example, right, because you're saying that there's like a lot of problematic people, Mani's also saying the same thing. I think Moby's also saying that everybody's agreeing that wolf is a problem. I think we can all. I think that's a pretty definitive. Wolf is a problem. But what we can kind of do is focus less that it's about wolf and focus more that about what is the problem and why is it a problem. Because that's something that I consistently do see be a thing within this, like, sphere, where you have, like, oh, well, that person's problematic. Oh, well, why? Oh, well, why are you questioning me? We all know this person's a problem. Oh, well. Great. That doesn't help me. Right? Who is more problematic, Meg or Wolf? Ooh. That is a good question. That is a good question. You know what? I will expect to see your dissertations in the comment section down below as to what your rating is and why you're rating it as a comparative essay. Thank you very much. Not that I don't think Wolf specifically should get called out by name explicitly, but if you focus too much on it being like Wolf that's doing it, you run into a slippery slope type of problem. Anyway, you run into the slippery slope of being like, oh, you don't like Wolf? Well, I don't like Wolf. Yeah, well, fuck that guy. And then just suddenly you're commiserating with somebody and you don't know anything about them, right? That's how you get into trouble.
I've only been in the community for not even a year yet, and I've seen coordinated efforts since the day I got here.
Yeah.
And they single people out, and it's on purpose.
Yeah, I think Blondie's right. It's very easy to see. So it's very easy to find and come across. Actually, to be honest, I'm surprised I'm the only YouTuber that kind of talks about this. I'm like one of the only people that actually makes regular videos, like, commenting on this sphere of problematic nonsense. There's lots of people, like, I'm like a 1v7 right now. Like, it's me versus, like, 7 other people that are all bigger than I am. That's the same thing with when I talk about Vic Mignogna. I'm like the only person to being like, am I crazy? Am I lost my mind? Is it me? I am surprised that there's not more. But, you know, whatever. It's microcosm.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I get that. And I've only been in the community a little bit over a year. So, you know, and obviously I was, brought into the community by the wrong side, for lack of a better way to say it. But, at that point, I was friends with them, and then I had my falling out with Beta, and I left, her. And then I begged Megan to start a channel, for us to start a channel. And, it took me a while to do that, but we finally did it, and it was our channel. But
and this is part of the problem with these kinds of things not being aired out in, like, a video format ahead of time. If you had a falling out with Veda and you were begging Megs to start a stream and start doing a stream together, why was the first thing that you streamed about calling everybody else a bunch of assholes for being like, talking about the fact that Veda was asking her mods for IDs, and then saying everybody was dicks, but she was asking for IDs though? And people have been arguing about this for a length of time before deciding to say anything. You see what I mean? When you bring something up that hasn't been dealt with and addressed, you then send people down a rabbit hole. Now I have to go and look up to see what you're talking about. And when I am going to go and find that, I'm going to find that completely unfiltered. And what I'm not going to find is the explanation, the screenshots, the receipts, the situation and what you have and have not changed your mind about, right? And so because I can't find that, and I don't know those things, I have to make assumptions based on what you have said. And what you have said is that you've already apologized in private to whoever deserves it. So if I then go and check out a couple of your videos with Megs, and I find out that you've been talking shit about me, and I know that I haven't received an apology, I have to assume that I didn't deserve it, and or you don't think I needed one, and or you will still agree with the things that were said about me in those streams. And it snowballs. Right? So I took the advantage, so that if you'll notice, I'm gonna use myself as the example here because I am here, and I don't want to speak for other people. I already showed that. Right? And there's a reason why I had those clips ready for this live stream. And I want to be extra charitable because I don't know how good or how practiced or what access Michelle has to streaming software and how adept she may or may not be. That's fair. If you're like, I didn't have these screenshots or I didn't know how to organize them or I wasn't able to show them on stream, fine. I get that. Don't do a live stream. Or do a video first. If you do a video first, or even if you have like a Twitter thread. If you have a Twitter thread, then you can say, yeah, I had this falling out with Veda. There's a Twitter thread about it. If you want to know what happened there, you can put it over here. Or, oh yeah, and then this happened, da-da-da-da-da. And then there's already like a thing. So there's a reason why like I don't, if I'm ever bringing up like, for example, Steve's Katie Joy GoFundMe that he never fucking filed, right? For example, I don't make a new video talking about it. I say, yeah, I made a video about it. You can go watch it. It's called this, or here's the link to it. So, because you've basically done a one and done. You've done it, you've explained the situation, people are going to agree, that people are going to disagree, and then you don't, if people have legitimate questions, you can ask those legitimate questions. Right? So, yeah, learning how to screen share, like, fair. I get that. Maybe make a video first. Well, how capable are you of editing in that case? What editing software are you using? Well, at that point you have to start saying, well, at what point is that your responsibility and how charitable are people supposed to be? If you say, hey, I wanted to do a stream and then I said all this stuff, but now, after the fact, I don't have the capability of addressing those things because I don't have the knowledge or the skill set to present them. Well, how did you do it the first time? You were presenting them the first time. And if the answer is, oh, Megs was doing all that, okay, fair, fine. Assuming that that's the case, right? Assuming Megs did like all of the quote-unquote production work for the live streams, and Michelle was like there to bring the conversation or keep an eye on the chat or whatever. Okay, cool, fine. But now you've got yourself stuck in a situation. If you find yourself stuck in this situation where you're like, I have a lot of things to say and I have a lot of receipts to show and I want to talk about these things and I earnestly want to make this kind of stuff right and this is what I want to put forward, but I don't have the knowledge of how to do so, you're going to have to ask for help. Or you're going to have to work really hard to learn how to do these things real quick. And unfortunately, that's just the situation that you kind of put yourself in. Where, like, unless you ask somebody for help about how to present the information and you get somebody on board to give you a hand in presenting that stuff in a legitimate way or a reasonable way or a consumable way, you're going to end up accidentally sending people down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole with, like, a semi-understanding of what your actual position is. Right? Because I'm making the assumption that Michelle there's more to Michelle's opinion than, well, I already apologized in private to who I feel like I apologize to, and I don't need to do anything else. I'm just going to show through whatever I'm going to do on my channel. So now if people want to feel like I've actually changed, they have to watch my content. Like, that's not going to... I'm assuming the best intention here and assuming that's not... I'm assuming Michelle's position is more nuanced and less problematic than that, if that makes sense. Right? So it's I understand maybe having like a limited capacity, and that's fair, but maybe ask for help might just be your best option. find somebody who's willing to go through one or two with you. It wouldn't necessarily even be a bad idea to go onto a quote unquote opposing channel. I wouldn't even that's even pushing it. Opposing is somebody who's going to have a conversation with you and ask you more difficult questions, or somebody that you believe is going to be able to mitigate questions from chat, or questions that are reasonable and questions that are not reasonable, or taking questions that are maybe worded in not the nicest way and being able to rephrase them in a way that is comfortable for Michelle to be able to actually come forward and answer those questions. That is a difficult thing to do, but it would go a long way. Right? But you have to pick somebody that you think is going to treat you fairly. And, good luck. Good luck. I mean, it's up to you to kind of figure that out. Slightly off topic, but is anyone else surprised that Meg and Wolf haven't turned on each other yet, or at least they haven't in public? I'm not terribly surprised by that, mostly because they're very much in the same boat. So something I imagine will have to be a thing. Sorry, I don't want to get too distracted, but yeah, I'm not terribly surprised because I don't think I think because they're so much in the same boat, they're going to be, they might sink together. You know what I mean? All right.
I was curious about that. Yeah, the way Megan makes it sound is it was her channel and you were the co-host.
Yeah.
But that wasn't really how it was.
I mean, to start out, the name of the channel was Let's Talk with Megs and Michelle. So, I know what she's saying now, but she didn't start saying that till she decided that she was going to make me choose between friends, and you might tell a 15-year-old that, but you don't tell a 16-year-old that, and I have my own mind, and
all right, back to original criticism. Receipts video needs to come out first because we don't know what happened between and what the agreements were, and we can't really make that assessment without those receipts. Second off, things like this need to be sometimes these kinds of things need to be scripted. You can't say, I'm old and I've only been around a year and I didn't know what was going on and I had a bunch of stuff just shoved down my throat, and then say, I'm my own person who can make my own decisions. Were you being, you can get manipulated, sure, but we don't have those receipts. We don't have that information. All we have is two contradictory statements of, I'm my own person and can't be controlled, versus my opinion was being controlled by other people shoving things down my throat. Again, I assume that there's more to this, and there's some kind of explanation that can be given, but we don't have that. So this is the struggle of trying to do this type of thing in a live stream, again, before the receipts are out, and as a live stream rather than a video. I would very, very, very strongly recommend Michelle do a video or two before trying to have the conversation afterward, because, I mean, if you end up getting asked questions, the questions are going to sound really harsh, right? If I say, well, are you being manipulated? Or, are you being manipulated, or are you being controlled, or do you think for yourself? What is it? And that's going to sound aggressive. I don't know what to tell you. Again, this is not intended to condemn. I don't know what Michelle is or is not or has not to show, right? This is just an example of, avoid these types of statements, or make a video before you try to have the conversation about it, because then it gives people a foundation on which to contextualize what you're saying, rather than you having to retroactively contextualize what you're trying to say, because that's a lot harder, and it will not sound as earnest. It will sound like you're backpedaling when maybe you're not really, but that's the way it's going to come across. All right.
It's not like I made up my mind. It's that things that were said and done in private made me start seeing that, I wasn't going to be controlled. So that.
Side note, that's also a little bit concerning. Sorry, I don't mean to pick on this. But it is a little bit concerning to say that the initial issue that you took with Megs was her telling you to not be friends with somebody, and not the threats, the lies, the out of context information, the situation with Charla, the ROs, the TROs, the massive piles of garbage literally everywhere. And again, I'm sure that there's more to it. I'm sure that's not the only thing that tipped you off, or whatever your opinions are about a lot of these things, because now we don't really know what Michella's opinions are about all of this stuff. For all I know, she still thinks I'm a fucking asshole for going to court. Sure, that's fine. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. She's welcome to think that. That's totally okay. But again, we don't have a foundation, and so because we don't have a foundation, statements like that are bound to get you in trouble. All right, sorry. I apologize. Let's keep going.
That's how that all went down, and as everybody knows, and I'm just going to go it because it's on, Twitter and everything. Linda had gifted myself and Megan $300 each to buy a computer. All right, which I was very, very grateful for, very thankful for, because the whole time that I was doing all of this with Megan, I was working off of my cell phone.
Wow, you did so much on your phone.
Yeah. Every bit of it was on my cell phone. As a matter of fact, this is the very first computer that I, as a 60-year-old, have ever had of my own. So, to say I was grateful is an understatement. But anyway, I had my computer and my wireless mouse and my headset in my hands the very next day. My daughter went and picked it up for me.
Don't really know why that matters. Just because, this, again, you see how this is a compounding issue of not having the receipts. I don't know why it would matter about how capable Michella was, or that Michella had a family member that was willing to go out of their way to have something done within a very quick period of time, and Megs was not able to get that done in the same period of time. That's not really a point against Megs. It doesn't really say anything. So what? You know what I mean? The compounding problem of not having receipts ahead of time, it makes this video very difficult to swallow, I guess.
But that's how that all came about, and then there was problems with that, and but anyway, I don't want to get too much into all of that, because I don't want to, like I said, this is something that Linda and I do.
If Michella is still here, by the way, I just want to give you a heads up. I don't know, you're seeming to indicate that you don't have a whole ton of experience with computers. I don't know if you got a wireless mouse that has batteries that needs to be changed, or if it's a wireless mouse that charges, but be aware that if you might need to know how to navigate your computer a little bit when your mouse dies, because it is inevitable, and it is only a matter of time before that mouse dies while you're live. It will happen one day, eventually. I promise. It happens to everybody who uses wireless mice. I would recommend perhaps setting a hotkey to end your stream on your keyboard. So that way, if you are stuck with a dead mouse and you're live, instead of having to tab and navigate around without the mouse at all, you can just press a button and it'll end your live stream for you. Just if you need help with that or you're not sure how to do that, reach out to somebody who you think might know. Or if you're willing to like take the time to Google it yourself, you can just Google how to set a hotkey on my computer. So you can just set a hotkey for yourself. I'm not picking on you. This is actually legitimately just some helpful streaming advice. But maybe you don't need that. Maybe you know. I don't know. I just, as soon as I heard wireless mouse, I was like, uh-oh. I apologize.
So, we're going to do in the future. But, Alice, you may want to share some of your story that, Moby says she has a computer story too, but that's been twisted by
Get
someone.
Moby up. Get more people up on this.
Yeah, bring Moby up.
Okay, well, let me drop the link. Y'all give me just a second. I will drop the link, and I'm not going to leave it up for a long period of time because I don't want people coming up here that we don't want up here. Of course, I don't have to let them up. But anyway, hold on. How come I can't? Okay, paste. Okay, so I'm dropping the link. If you want to take the link, just take it and I will let you up on stage. There it is, y'all.
Also, side note, little bit of streaming advice. This link is still active. So if you're using the same room on StreamYards, anybody can click that link unless you get a new link or make a new room. So, just a warning, in case that you're not aware of that link, I can click that link and go into the broadcasting room that you used for this stream. So if you're using the same broadcasting room, it will use the same link unless you generate a new one or you make a new room. So, just so you're aware. Helpful streaming tips with Chesh.
Where is Pretend Fashionista? Is she
She's in the chat.
Well, Pretend Fashionista, you need to take that link, honey.
She says she's backstage.
No, she's not. Oh, if you're backstage, Pretend Fashionista, you need to hit Enter Studio.
Yes, sorry, I did do that. I actually went to see if this link was still active, and I clicked on it, and I got into the back of your room. Nobody was in there, and nothing was happening, and I didn't do anything. I just wanted to see if the room was still active, and it was. So I just wanted to warn you that people can do that, just so you know. I needed to test it to make sure, but yes, correct.
Because you're not showing up on my screen yet. So you need to hit Enter Studio, then cut your camera off if you don't want to be on camera, and you can upload your avatar. And then after you get all that done and your name, there she is. Girl! Okay, unmute yourself, Pretend Fashionista. You unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You were muted, honey. How are you?
I'm okay. My AirPods aren't connecting. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I don't know why.
I take umbrage with this one comment right here. This one right here is Mandy, and it says, oh look, all the shitlords in one place, love it. I'm offended for being left out of being all of the shitlords because Manya and I were not invited to this, just to be clear. We didn't know this was happening. We weren't invited. This is definitively not all of the shitlords if you don't have me and Manya there. I'm just saying. I'm kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. You didn't need to invite us. I'm not. That's a joke. It's a joke. I'm kidding.
Alice, like I was saying, if there's something that you would like to get out there, I know there's a lot of crap that's gone on today.
Yeah,
So
I've had a really busy day with my dog, so I'm really not in the headspace. But I certainly would like to just chit chat or listen and support.
okay.
Um,
That's fine. I can touch a little bit on it. I guess there were some screenshots put out today that had been altered or something maybe. And oh, she's still getting her mic ready. I see.
Can you hear me
oh,
now? Is that better?
Yes, honey. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
you sound
Hi.
really good.
Hey everyone.
Hi. How are you?
I'm
How are
doing
you
well.
doing?
Thank you for having me.
You are more than welcome. Anytime. Listen, anytime. Because like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard this, but and you're muted again. You may have done that on
Oh
purpose.
yeah,
There you
I didn't want to give you any back. And I'm so sorry I can't see the chat, but I'll catch up to the chat later. So I just wanted
You
to say
can't see
hi.
it over here on the right.
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
never mind. I can. Ha. Hey everyone. I've never been
Yeah,
on panel
over here.
before.
I was fixing to say, wait, you are right here in studio. You ought to be able to see it over there. Where was I going? Oh, what was I saying? Oh
You
my
were talking
goodness.
about the screenshots, and I was super busy today, so I didn't get a chance to
Uh-huh.
see anything on Twitter. But I'm ready to
Okay. Well,
to rebuttal everything. I'm sure she's been,
yeah.
you know.
Evidently, what I should have done was brought them into the brand, which I didn't do. Y'all, this is my first, live, so give me grace here. But there were some screenshots, I guess, that Wolf had posted today, and they were, of course, all aimed at Alice, and I think they were old, were they not, Alice? Weren't they old?
oh, yes, way back in 2021. Like seriously, we can't talk about Megan
He cracks
crap
me
that she
up.
did 3 months ago because God knows that's old. But let's drag up old screenshots and things that have been twisted and turned and whatever else from 3 years ago.
So I will be a little bit forward. I'm not terribly familiar with Pretend Fashionista. I believe I've seen them active in Aaron's side chat, but I'm not terribly familiar with them as either making content or as anything too involved. I did go and look to try to see the screenshots. I had to go digging. So in the future, I would recommend either putting the link to what's being referenced down in here if possible. I think in this case it would have been, or even just out loud saying what Pretend Fashionista's Twitter handle is. I was able to find it relatively easily because I just guessed and I was right. But just to make life easier for other people, I would recommend doing that. But it's just a little bit of making life easier for people when you're trying to disseminate information.
Right.
So
Yeah.
before we get
not
into
a big
that, I
deal.
just wanted to say, so I don't like associate with the person you just mentioned. Like that person legit scares me, and so I just kind of wanted to stick to what had personally happened with me. And I
Okay.
can't be on panel too long, but I just wanted to share that like you're not the first co-host she's done this to, and in fact, that's how I first met her, was through another
Uh-huh.
co-host she had. And it just seemed like, and that person was not innocent, and I'm very much about just putting out like what I see and commenting on things that I find wrong. And so when that whole situation happened though, I mean, I don't blame you at all for what she put you through, I guess, because I heard that you were apologizing, and I think that's so sweet of you. But she lied to you, and I didn't see you do anything like super bad, because we know that Nutmeg likes to just rally us and get people to fight her battles, and it's just something she's done over and over. And what was funny is that in that last instance that I'm talking about, she was with a creator named Dottie Morgan, and it all happened over money, and they started fighting over the generosity of subs. And so it just seems like the history, I mean, it's just repeating itself. I think at this point, she's down to very few select people. In fact, some of the people she has in her quote unquote tribe now, like she's burned before. So it's just like, do you not have any self-respect? But anyway, I'm not going to comment on that too much. But at the end of the day, I think it's very sweet that you are apologizing and stuff, but we know that you were just going off of what you were being told, and she's just vile. And I think deep down it just comes down to money, and I think that's why she gets so upset. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Um, Well, I mean, I have to agree 100%. That was the gist.
I have to agree 100% with you saying that I'm not responsible. Okay. So, a couple of things. First off, I'm not a big fan of the way what just went down. I am not a fan of Michelle, who's the host of the call, and therefore a degree responsible for what's being put out, asking Alice a question, Alice starting to answer the question, and then being cut off and told, yeah, but don't tell your story, I want to tell mine. I don't want to talk about what happened with you and Wolf, which is very integral between Michelle and Megs. It is very much a coincided clusterfuck. You can't talk about Michelle and Megs without Wolf coming up. So I'm not a fan of that. That's a bit more of a personal thing, that I don't like the way that went down. I'm not blaming Pretend Fashionista for not wanting to, like, being concerned or afraid of Wolf and not wanting to discuss that, but shutting somebody else down who does want to talk about it, who was legit just asked a question about it. maybe I'm gonna say that this is on Michelle a little bit. Michelle probably in retrospect should have said, okay, well, if you don't want to talk about that and you don't want to be involved in that, that's fine. I'm going to remove you, and I'm going to put you back in the backstage. Let Alice tell Alice's story, because Alice hasn't had a chance to really say much of anything. The only thing anybody else has said besides Fashionista at this point has just been encouraging Michelle. Blondes hasn't told a story. Alice hasn't told a story. Neither of them have talked about, like, the things that have happened to them, which was kind of the point of this stream. And I know that Alice did mention that she didn't want to go too into certain things because reasons. Which is, well, then why are you there? But, okay. But, and this is something that kind of just comes with practice, and, if this is something that Michelle is interested in doing, I'm sure she'll learn over time. But having one guest pop in, cut off another one, ostensibly tell them that their opinions don't matter, I want to talk about my story, is not this doesn't happen one time in this stream. It happens multiple times in this stream, and unfortunately that's on Michelle to control. Right? And I do believe Alice mentioned that she wasn't in the headspace to be doing that at the time because she was busy or had other stuff going on, which is, fine, but at that point, maybe set up another call, I guess. At some point, it seemed to me like Alice and Blondie, if they did have things that they wanted to say, they certainly didn't get the opportunity to in this stream. So maybe host another one, maybe to get that done. But it did come off, whether or not it was intentional or not. Something like this will come off as Pretend Fashionista basically just stepping all over Alice's toes and kicking her out. Right? I know that's not what happened, right? I understand that Alice had to drop the call for other reasons, right? But if Michelle asks Alice a question, Alice starts to answer the question, gets interrupted because Pretend Fashionista comes in. Pretend Fashionista says, I don't really want to talk about Wolf. I want to talk about specifically what happened to me, and then goes off on a thing, and Alice drops without there being any kind of, like, bookend to that sequence of events. It's gonna be really easy to, like, pick that apart in a negative way, particularly if you're not being charitable. Even if you are being charitable, it doesn't look great. It looks like kind of, at best, it's like tripping over each other. At worst, it's like if somebody wanted to be a dick, right? Again, this is just an example of where this could go, right? Is if somebody wanted to be as uncharitable and an asshole, they could say, Michelle is a dick because she just let Pretend Fashionista bulldoze and just shit all over Alice for no reason. And if that person wanted to then, like, extrapolate on the particulars, they could say, and it was because she's protecting Wolf. Do I think that would be true? Do I think that I would agree with that? No, but I'm not talking about what is accurate, I'm talking about how easy it is for things like this to snowball. And if you're already sending people off with kind of unnuanced, half-cocked, no-receipt situations, you're liable to get yourself into these sticky things where you're then now going to have to backtrack and explain and justify, and now it looks like you're backpedaling and trying to excuse something that was just an earnest, like, miscommunication, right? With somebody just being busy. Right? Like, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. It just, if you don't nip it in the bud, it's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. Right? And it really doesn't help that you know for a fact that Megs is gonna be watching this, Wolf is gonna be watching this, their whole slew of, like, your Katie is a liar, that whole group of people who are, you have dishonest agents watching this, and they're going to pick on and take advantage of the situation. Right, so you kind of need to be a little bit extra careful when it comes to stuff like this. But a lesson for another day. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm just opting to try to give a little bit of foresight and a little bit of advice about how to navigate it a little bit easier. I don't know if Alice felt like she was getting stepped on or felt like she needed to leave because of Pretend Fashionista. I don't know that, but does it matter? You know what I mean? Because a lot of the times in this particular, like, within this particular sphere, there's a lot of people with channels who will take something like this and they'll be like, yeah, but that's how I interpreted it. And I'm just going to impose my interpretation and project how I would feel onto somebody else. Right? Now, Pretend Fashionista has dropped some receipts. I know they're not complete yet, but I do know that there's a handful out. Oh, they might be complete now. I haven't looked today, actually, so that's maybe not true. They might exist. They're on Twitter at Pretend Fashionista if you're going looking. So, then shall we continue? Just to give you the option to get ahead of it.
Whoops, we lost Alice again.
Her dog
but
was
yeah,
barking.
Oh, was that her dog or was that Pretend Fashionista?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was basically over the kindness of a sub, and then trying to make me choose, trying to make me believe that Linda was just a horrible person. So, and like I was telling them earlier, I'm 60 years old, so there's nobody going to tell me what I can and can't do. We do have a question in the chat, and I really don't know Dottie either.
Yeah,
But
so I'm
here
back.
for
Sorry, it was my
okay,
pups. Even they are defending Pickle May and others against what what Flower Power did to them. So even they're mad at Megan at this point. But so just a real quick history lesson. So Dottie
okay.
Morgan had a channel, and she had a pretty solid foundation. She did a lot of trivia. A lot of the stuff that you see Flower Power trying to do now is stuff that Dottie would do. Like, she would do trivia night. She would do just like reading stuff from, she's just a little, and it was funny because, and I'm not ashamed to admit this, but like our nickname for her was Parrot, because she would just join Dottie's channel and like be the co-host and just repeat whatever people would say. And so at some point though, I guess she felt like she was entitled to like half of the channel. And so this was around Christmas time of, I think, 21.
How is that different from what we saw Michelle doing on Meg's channel? If Megan was doing what Pretend Fashionista is saying, right? I'm just taking her at her word, right? I'm not getting into the digging about what did and did not happen, right? I don't know if it's wise to if it's ill-advised to try to bring Dottie into this rather than just sticking to what Megs did. But there's a couple things about that I have questions about, which we may or may not get to. If Megs, in this case, who had a channel that Michelle begged Megs to do streaming on, like different streaming from what Megan was already doing on her channel, because she had stuff on her channel. And then going to if we like from what we saw, at least in the couple clips we saw Michelle ostensibly just agreeing with whatever Megan was reading out. How is what Meg was doing with Dottie any different than what Michelle was doing with Megs? At least on a fundamental scale of like the literal actions that have taken place. Again, this is why you want to have your receipt video out first, because if your receipt video is not out, you're leaving this whole big ass door open. Because we don't have those receipts. We don't know. We don't know what the agreement was between Michelle and Megs in the background. So, without that information, it ends up being a little sticky. And maybe it is possible. Maybe Michelle does view herself as being the Megs to Megs' Dottie, right? Like, maybe she does view herself that way. We don't know. And that's what I mean by this is like a little bit of a problem, right? But here we've got Pretend Fashionista mocking Megs for doing something that ostensibly seems to be the same thing that that Michelle was doing with Megs. So it ends up being very, very difficult to kind of suss through. It gets sticky. It gets bullshitty. You see what I mean?
But point is that Dottie had a channel and she let Meg come on, and at some point, Megan was saying that she left her husband or something. I don't know. Point is that they made a deal where, you know, they would like share super chats, and Dottie was trying to help her, and Dottie reached out to quite a few of us subs that she knew we had donated to her in the past. And she was like, oh, well, you know, she really needs help. It's Christmas time. And so many of us gave for that. Anyway, then they had a falling out, again, over money. And I'm just speaking on what happened to me and what I saw. So, but I know other subs were caught in the mix. And so there was a huge falling out. At the end of the day, they both were grifting, right? So a lot of us cut ties with both of them. But it's the same exact thing to where she was claiming she didn't get gifts, even though they were sent by Amazon. And I mean, I've been ordering off of Amazon at least once a week for the last like 4 years, and nothing's ever gotten lost. But with her, it's like, it's just a cycle that keeps repeating itself. And so, and I'll put all my little receipts on Twitter. I'm never taking them down, Nutmeg. They're going to stay there forever. Even after I die, they will be there in perpetuity.
Yeah. That's weird to say. They'll be there until after I die. Like, don't. I get it. I get it. It's a little bit hyperbole. But, next question. How do you know Dottie was ripping people off? Because the only way you would know that Dottie didn't give money to Megs that was supposed to go to Megs is by Megs telling you that. So, do we trust Megs? Or are we going off of old trusting of Megs? Well, we trusted her then, so what she said then must have been true. Do we really want to open up the can of the resolved issue that seems to be Dottie, as in resolved as in she is not on the internet anymore? Is that a can we really, really want to open up and start delving into? I feel like this is going to distract from the issue that is Megs, right? Don't get me wrong, Megs has problems, right? But there's no point in you're best off to stick to things that you can definitively show and definitively prove. And you can say that she said this stuff during this thing, but if you want to add Dottie in, I feel like you're just going to add more incredulity and make it more difficult for yourself. So I would recommend, like, yeah, say the story about what happened with this December Christmas thing where some people collected money for Megs for her kids for Christmas, and there was like a debacle about whether or not she got things and stuff like that, and talk about how it lines up with whatever you're trying to compare it to say it's the same cycle, without being like, but Dottie's a scammer too. Like, throwing the extra dig in there is sending people down a rabbit hole that is going to distract from the issue you want people to focus on, and is going to reopen up a whole ass can of worms that I'm not sure you can prove. Just my advice. You don't have to take it. I don't think that, like, just tossing that in there is necessarily a good idea. And again, do we really want to go in and reevaluate whether or not what Megan said about receiving or not receiving money or gifts from Dottie is true? Because Dottie was the you see what I mean? Like, you end up in this whole ball of fuck that you're making life more difficult for yourself than you need to by bringing up Dottie, and I would not recommend it, especially again since Dottie's not here. So we just kind of have to be like, well, you know what I mean? And it's not about, yeah, and Joan makes a good point. It's difficult to separate the two. I agree. If you're going to delve into what that actual whole issue was, yes, I would recommend just sticking to the bare bones basic that you can definitively say, Megs was given money by generous subs in the year of our Lord, whatever year it was, for Christmas, and then started telling people she wasn't receiving things, and it didn't make any sense and didn't line up the same way with what she's saying now. That would be the way I would recommend saying it, and I would just take this sticky Dottie situation and deal with what you stick to Megs. Because if you start picking it apart, like if you start bringing Dottie into it, you're gonna end up with a whole fucking bag of fuck. And that's not to say you don't have beef with Dottie. If you have beef with Dottie, that's fine. I don't care. Great. But bring her up contextually, but if you start, like, you're sending people down a rabbit hole that I don't think you want to send people down, especially since a lot of it is, like, gone and can't be verified, and there was never a proper, like, definitive expose or, like, video that actually definitively was able to show too much from that currently exists from my recollection. So I think you're getting yourself into a sticky situation that you don't need to.
For everyone to see, but it's just she was reaching out to people asking for help, using her little sob story about how she's a single mom, and so yeah, and then when she's exposed, she'll just, oh, they're fake, they're mean girls, they're bullies, blah blah blah. I'm not the nicest person, but I'm also not going to go pick on someone that, like, doesn't do anything mean. I don't even think it's picking. I think it's simply just commenting on stuff.
Right.
Like, if you don't want me to comment on you, then don't do mean stuff. Don't be shady. So
Right. Yeah.
I sleep just fine at night. Just fine.
Yeah, I do too. So, and I'm really, I did not know that. I know a little about that. The stuff with Dottie, and of course I know the one side other than what you just told me here. But I didn't know that.
Yes, Manya. It opens a when I say it opens a can of worms, Manya, wrote it out really well. It gives other people the opportunity to rewrite history on something that doesn't have a solid counter. So when you if you bring up, again, we're back to the community deciding to set standards. At what point do you cut something off? Right? At what point are you done? Right? So say somebody does scam you, right? Let's take for example, let's take Dottie for example. Let's say that Dottie scammed people, definitively was shown 100%, you could prove that she lied to people, she did this, she did that, she admitted to it, whatever, the whole shebang. Let's pretend that's the case. If you don't have those screenshots and you don't have that definitive information anymore, and you bring it up, then it means that Megs can say whatever she wants and provide whatever screenshots she wants, cherry-picked in whatever way she wants to present it, and she's the only one who's going to have that information. And you're going to have to only rely on Megs in the case when it comes to Dottie, because she's the only one who's going to have the information and have the screenshots of her receiving or not receiving something from Dottie, right? So you're opening up this door for Megs to just rewrite whatever the fuck she wants to have happened, right? On the other hand, if you definitively have all this information and you can prove it and you can show it, at what point do you let it go? What do you want Dottie to do? She's gone. She's not here. She has nothing to say on the matter. She has no opportunity to say anything on the matter, right? So at what point do you let Dottie go? At what point do you let Megs go? Right? And Pretend Fashionista does, at least for themselves, present like a resolution, right? That does come up, but we're not there yet. But that is for one person. And I'm not asking about one person, I'm asking for the group. Right? What would the individual have to do for the group to be done with that person and done with talking about that person, or consider the issue resolved, for example?
She had claimed that some of those gifts were lost too, because that's what happened with two computers, and it's on Twitter that Linda had sent her.
Not only did she claim that they weren't delivered, she claimed that, like, instead of a weighted blanket, which from what I understand, and again, I didn't give into that, all of my donations to her were always just private PayPals. So I can post those receipts happily. I'll show how much money I gave you, Megan. If you're ready to pay up, then that'd be great, because she got that money under false pretenses. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So what she's done before is that she'll claim a few of her friends, I think 2 or 3 of her friends, very awesome, very nice friends, they went in on a weighted blanket, and she claimed she got a soccer ball instead. It's like, I'm sorry, but they're not going to deliver a $20 soccer ball versus, weighted blankets are at least $100 each. So again, it's the same stuff, and then she'll claim she doesn't get it.
This on its own is not a very convincing argument, but we're not seeing the receipts right now, and this isn't a receipt video. She says she's got the receipts, so I'm not going to pick too much on this. It's just that alone, which I'm sure there's more to, is not gonna, like, Amazon misdelivers things and gets shit wrong all the time. So saying that this is a definitive, somebody is. Not that that's what Pretend Fashionista is saying, by the way. Pretend Fashionista is giving that as an example of a number of things. So.
And then all of a sudden, when people find out that she's been lying to us, she'll say we're all mean girls. But again, it's just the same cycle over and over again. And it's funny because a lot of us still talk versus how no one talks to her anymore, but yet all of us are lying. Like, it's just ridiculous. Sorry, my pups.
That's okay. Yeah, wow.
I didn't believe for 1 minute that Amazon lost 2 packages.
And in her whole story, it's like, okay, even if you don't want to believe any of us, just pay attention to what she says. I know a lot of people were fooled by her, but so after the big fallout happened, many of us, walked away from her. We tried to do it quietly, but then she kept lying. So many of us were forced to expose screenshots and show how, like, we're not bad people. She did us really, really dirty, right? Not even ugly.
Right.
She did us dirty. And then the funny thing is people will, like, a few months later come back and say, oh, I mean, even if you don't listen to us, listen to what she says. And her stories are so outlandish and so ridiculous. And it's like her whole story about how she got to visit an Amazon break room. It's like, no, like, I bet you, and this is just my speculation, that she Googled like Amazon distribution center and she found a few vlogs that like, you know, how to work there, or like what it's like working there. And that's what she because when she talked about it, she was talking about
I would recommend or advise against this level of speculation. If you're making it as a joke and you're like, ah ha ha, wouldn't this be funny? What if it's this? But this is being presented as, this is my story, and what happened to me, and in my opinion, my speculation. Now, it's good that you clarified that it was speculation, but if you throw in that this is what I think happened and then explain this incredibly elaborate setup, you're gonna lose people, and also it gives way for, it's too easy to spiral into like silly, this is getting kind of conspiratorial, and it's not, you're not presenting it as, oh, well, what about this ridiculous thing? What if it was this crazy? What if the moon is made of cheese? Right? You know what I mean? It's not, you're going a little too far, and you don't need to. You don't need to go that far. You could just say, I bet she just Googled it and then just read like a thing and then just repeated it back. That would have been fine. But that you go on this tangent and it like express in such detail and depth this ostensibly conspiracy about a minor thing that is really not that important is, again, we're back to rabbit hole snowball rather than just presenting like what you do know. And again, if you want to make a bit of a joke about it, you want to like say a side thing about, oh, I bet it was this, fine. But if you take it too far, you're gonna you make it too easy for people to speculate conspiracy, which then the one person will take it and run with it, then one person will take it and run with it, and next, toxic gossip train, you know, like, it's too, we're back to, if this is the standard, then you're going to get more, right? And it's gonna get hard to start being able to tell what was someone just speculating one time versus what is the actual fact of the matter.
visiting the break room and like she saw the ping pong tables. I'm sorry, but like that's against violation. Like she can't just go into like Amazon's distribution center and hang out in their workers. Like, did you get an application?
That's not true. So sorry. That's just not. There's lot. It's like, it's wrong. It's speculation into a conspiracy, into incorrect information, and that's not. You're playing a dangerous game, right? You're getting into. You can go and visit a distribution center. You can go and get a tour and see a break room. You could Google images of a break room and see what they are. You can talk to employees by just going to a place and hanging out outside, because I bet you any money there's a handful of people working at the distribution center that smoke. And you can literally just walk up and talk to them. But, you know, you don't need to go down these holes. But Megs is problematic enough. You don't need to add shit onto it.
Application while you were there, Meg? Like, maybe you should ask them if they'll hire you if you got the insider track. But it's just ridiculous. So, like I said, even when people are bamboozled by her, eventually they catch on. Or if not, she drops them. If they're not going to give her money, then she drops them. She'll start love bombing them, and you know, it's just very manipulative. I'm just questioning why. Let me not say this. Let me stop there. So yeah.
That was probably a good call. And Joan makes a good point. That's what this community does best. Conspiracies. Exactly the problem. Right? If you want to just do conspiracies, fine, but don't pretend they're real. Right? That's how you end up with TROs and ROs when you start making up conspiracies about just some random person.
Yeah. Man, so much of that sounds familiar. I'm just really shocked,
Yeah, and
because
this is stuff from like 2 years ago. So a lot of us had
yeah,
kind of let it go. But then when
yeah,
we saw her doing it again, we're like, oh, she's up to her old tricks. Grifter's gonna grift. It's just ridiculous. And I see
well,
Linda's in the chat, and I hope she feels better.
yeah,
But I'm really sorry because it sounds like she scammed a lot of money out of you. So I'm really sorry, but I hope that
yeah.
hopefully
She,
one day she gets a conscience and she pays back the people that she lied to.
well,
Or I hope one day she actually gets a job
this
and
is
is able to stop doing this, because this is gonna,
right.
I don't know, I believe in karma and stuff like that, and I'm just like, oh, Megan, it's,
Well,
yeah.
I do too, but like when it, oh gosh, when it, man, God, I feel like an idiot now. I mean, I really, oh,
You're just
I
more
because
trusting, and she uses like the little sweet southern charm, and it's just really bad. She's very manipulative, and I think that's what, like, that's why I find her so, I guess she preys on people, right? She just lies, everything's fake with her, which is why it's funny that she calls all of us fake. It's like,
And we're back to the video with the receipts needed to come out first.
okay. But
yeah,
at the end of
yeah,
the
She's got
day,
her
she
skills
bamboozles a lot of
honed.
people. Yeah, exactly. She bamboozles a lot of people, but eventually I think people do see the light, and they're either too embarrassed to say something, or they just don't care and they'll walk away from her, So, like I said,
right,
ultimately,
Or, like you, are afraid of Wolf. There's lots of reasons, and I don't know if it's a good idea to be too judgmental about why somebody may or may not speak out about a situation. In some cases, it makes sense to be a little bit more critical than others, particularly if you're critical. So, for example, if you're critical of Megs, right, and you're like, I'm critical of Megs because she takes money from people, and doesn't give them in return what the money was for, right? She scams them or takes it under false pretenses. Then you need to be equally critical of Aaron, who has members, and the membership gets you specific things, and she self-admittedly has not been providing her members with the content that they are supposed to be getting for being members in, I think she said, 2 years. And not everybody can speak out against every single thing, right? Not everybody can have their hand in every cookie jar. It's exhausting. And it's as if as if there isn't enough going on, like, IRL, right? Like, real life is full of fucking bigots and bad people and shitty bosses and politics and economic downturns and shitty working conditions that, like, you have to pick your battles and what you have stones for and what you have time and energy for. And I don't, unless you have an explicit example or reason or individual that you're talking about who isn't speaking when they should be speaking and a reason why, I don't know if this is a very good judgment to make. You know what I mean? It's hard to keep up with every bullshitty thing that people are saying. It's hard to be able to then put out content addressing every single thing. You watched me play, like, what, 10, 15 minutes of these three? I only played, like, a total of, like, what, 10 minutes? 15 minutes? 20 minutes max? I didn't even cover the bullshit you want me to. It'll take me 5 hours minimum to go through one of these and actually debunk and pick apart all of the wrong shit that's being said and then explaining why it's wrong. It's a lot to do. Even in this stream, if I were to pick it apart for every single thing that was right or wrong or needs to or should not necessarily be addressed based on whatever standard I've set forth, it would be a long time. Right? It'd be a big deal. It'd be very difficult. Right? So maybe if you're gonna go down this route, be specific Because that's one of the probably the biggest criticisms, if I were to give one about this stream, is that it's vague. I've done rotten things. I've apologized to who I think needs to be apologized to, are two incredibly vague statements. Right? And because they're vague, it means like you just have to just assume. And if you have to, you know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me. Right? So you end up with more problems on your plate than not. Like, for example, I think people, the general term, notice Megs but then just don't say anything about it, which is casting a value judgment on their decision, because the value judgment is that you're letting other people suffer without speaking out against this abusive person, the person that you're claiming is being abusive. So you're saying they're complicit, right? And that's fine, you can make that value judgment, but if you're not going to be specific about who you're talking about, then you're being just as complicit by not being specific about who you're talking about. You're doing the same thing, and you're just leaving people to speculate. And when you leave the door open for people to speculate, people are going to start forming incorrect opinions, or opinions that are based off half-cocked information, or they're going to come up with their own conspiracy theories. Right? Just asking, do you want me to do a stream on the TROs and RO stuff? I mean, I can talk about that. No, I'm not going to talk about it right now, but if you want, I'll just set up another stream and we can have a conversation about that. I do have an announcement actually about the next court case, but I don't want to detract too much about what we're talking about. Perhaps. All right, tell you what, I'll announce some TRO RO trial stuff at Rum and Coke. So hold your questions on trial stuff for Rum and Coke, and then we'll discuss it then. So in a couple of hours, later today. I'm more than happy to entertain some pedantic questions. All right. Sorry, I digress. Let's continue.
Ultimately, hopefully one day she'll get a job, because that's the most stable thing for her. But I really don't think it's in her to be able to even commit to a job, right? I think she enjoys doing this kind of stuff 24/7, which is just broke.
What do you think a job is? Again, we're back to, I don't know if this was well thought out. Megs was, if Michelle was on a phone, right, doing these streams, that means all of the production work was done by Megs. That means all of the screen grabbing and sharing and organizing and presenting was all done by Megs. So what do you think a job is? That's a lot of work. Just because what Megs is presenting is bullshit, it does not mean it's not work to present it in the first place. It's less work to bullshit than it is to sort through bullshit and find the truth, or at least as close as you can get to the matter, but it is still work to produce and put together a stream. However you feel about Megs, does Megs not deserve to be paid for the work that she does? I might think what she says is bullshit, but I'm not going to pretend that her time and effort doesn't exist. Do I think people should donate to her or should give her super chats? No, because I don't think she does a good job, and I don't think people should encourage her to continue doing that. But I'm not going to pretend that it's not a job. It's still a job. Right? It's still work. It's still effort. So Should a YouTuber be able to pay their electrical bill with their YouTube channel? I think so, provided that they're producing good content that people are willing to pay money for, right? What counts as a job? So again, I don't think this is a good argument to make the point that you're trying to make. Right? Because ostensibly what Michelle has told us up until this point is that Megs did a lot of work on Michelle's behalf. At the behest of Michelle. Because Michelle said that she begged Megs to do this.
It's an addiction in itself, but that's just my speculation.
I think
my opinion.
I say Sue said she paid her phone bill for 4 months and was always told
how
she'd
many
pay
phone
her
bills
back.
did she have? How many phone bills did she have? Because Sue was paying her phone bill, Linda was paying her phone bills. How many phones you got, Megan? How many phones?
Yeah. That's and Sue said she hasn't seen any money. So this, and
is there screenshots of that? Do we have screenshots that... So, if Megs wanted to debunk this, right? Null hypothesis, everybody. If Megs wanted to debunk this, Megs would have to show that she was in fact paying a phone bill. So, if Sue sends $20 for a phone bill, and the phone bill is $50, and Linda gives money for a phone bill, and Sue gives money for a phone bill, and Jerry gives money for a phone bill, and they all give an amount of money, and the phone bill exceeds that number or is equal to that number, then the money is still being used on a phone bill. Right? So all Megs would have to do is show a legitimate phone bill, and then show whatever conversation Sue had or Linda had with Megs to say that that money was supposed to go back to Sue or Megs. Right? So, right? So what would we look for, right? And this is what I mean by, again, I'm not trying to come down on anybody saying that they're wrong for saying whatever they're saying, right? What I'm getting at is that as a community, you need to know what the answers to your questions should look like if you're asking these questions. If you want to make a definitive statement and say Meg scammed people because she borrowed money that she was supposed to pay back, whether it was for a phone bill or not is kind of whatever. All you would need is a bunch of screenshots of Megs and other people where other people say, where Megs asks for money, and then other people agree to give money on the condition that that money be given back. Right? So those screenshots don't have to just come from Megs, right? The other people who had those conversations should be able to provide those screenshots. And I'm not saying that the screenshots don't exist. I'm pointing out that there should be ways to answer the question. Ostensibly, we're back to this video came out before the receipts that we're supposed to have, and we still don't have. Right? So that becomes a problem. Not necessarily a problem for Pretend Fashionista because they have put their screenshots on Twitter. I'm not going through about whether... I'm not here today to talk about whether or not I would agree with Pretend Fashionista's accusations or not. I'm here to talk about the overall approach and situation in a constructive way to help in the future this group of people and this community who is still trying to hold on to some semblance of a group to help them in the future avoid getting scammed, right? Or avoid these kind of schisms and these kind of dishonest agents seeping through their ranks that seems to happen over and over again. So I am not currently speaking on who I agree with, who I disagree with, whether or not screenshots are good, whether or not screenshots are bad, whether or not I think they're enough to jump the hurdle. That's not the point today.
And the thing with what Linda gave her and everything is on Twitter, so I'm not talking about anything that is not already out there. But like
one of the
the part of the stuff that Linda gave her, was gifts. Okay, I actually contacted Linda about the power bill, and so it was $203 and some change, and so now I feel like an idiot, but and then I didn't know,
no, don't. You
so
are con.
So why is Dottie a scammer, but Michelle isn't? The claim was that Dottie ran around to ask money on Meg's behalf. Michelle just claimed that she went around into DMs to ask Linda for money on Meg's behalf. So why is Michelle any different from Dottie? And this is why bringing up Dottie probably not a good idea, because now we're making distracting comparisons that don't matter or aren't part of the conversation or shouldn't really be part of the conversation. The question should be, okay, well, if we now need the screenshots between Michelle and Megs, if Megs and Linda, who lent the money in the first place, didn't have a conversation between the two of them, then the responsibility falls on Michelle. And we're back to, this is a stream that should have not happened before the receipts were out. You see what I mean? So now, Megs, based on our situation here, is not the one responsible for paying back Linda. Michelle is. Because Michelle is the one who had the conversation supposedly about the loan. And if Megs is saying, I never agreed to that, and Linda is saying, Michelle and I had, and Linda is saying, no, this was only supposed to be a loan, and Michelle says, I'm the one who communicated the two, then if we don't have Michelle's screenshots of her making it explicitly clear ahead of time to Megs about the money, then the whole point is moot, and the person who owes Linda back the money is Michelle. Is that confusing? Yes! That's the problem! Rose, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it for rum and coke. Thank you so much. I'll see if I'll try to remember to make sure to shout you about it. Rum and coke tonight. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. And so we're back to, this is why it is a problem to have these kinds of chatty streams before having the receipts out. Because now, let's say Linda has posted screenshots, right? Let's say Linda has posted the PayPal screenshots. I think somebody mentioned, right? Cool, great. We have these screenshots of pretend fashion, we have these screenshots of Linda being like, this is a loan, here's the money going to PayPal. If Megs didn't agree to that, now the money is in Meg's hands for something she didn't agree to, and she ostensibly doesn't, should she give that money back if she's not agreeing to it? Not necessarily. She probably should if she was being, as morally ethical as possible, but if she's got bills to pay and is struggling, it's not on her to pay that back. If it's being told to her after the fact, you've ostensibly just sent somebody money with this expectation without discussing it with them. Right? Because now we know that Linda and Megs didn't have that conversation. That conversation happened between Michelle and Linda and Michelle and Megs. Sticky, right? So now, the only way to definitively say whether or not Megs is the one who ripped off Linda is through Michelle's screenshots and her conversations with Meg, not Linda's. You can't just one-sidedly throw money at people with an expectation on it without their consent and expect them to give that money back. Right? It's not, there has to be like some kind of agreement. It wasn't a good idea to include the message in the PayPal payment if it was. It wasn't a good idea to include the message in the PayPal payment if it was. if Megs can't afford to return the money, she'll have to pay the fee just like Linda did, and it might not be financially capable of doing so. This could have been avoided if the conversation had happened elsewhere before the transfer was made. Right. So this is... And I agree with Alice that Megs has a history of screwing people over, but ostensibly, we don't know. We can't make that assumption. Especially if it was an amount of money that wasn't even agreed on between the two parties. You have a third party now involved. And again, we're back to this it's a problem to do this live before having the receipts out. And this is a criticism that's going to come out where people are going to say, sorry, Linda, your receipt isn't good enough because Michelle just said that the agreement happened with a third party involved that was doing the in-between. So how do we know there wasn't miscommunication? Maybe Linda said it was where now we've got a situation where both Linda and Megs could be telling the truth because we have to make the assumption, right? Here's the thing. And this goes to what Alice is saying. Megs has a history of screwing people over. Megs has a history of being like just kind of a shitty person, right? We all agree to this, right? That's we can agree to that. However, so does Michelle. Michelle was on stream with Megs being a dick to people. So we've now got 2, maybe 3, because I don't really know Linda very well. I've got somebody I don't know. I've got somebody that I know has a history of being shitty, and another person who has a history of being shitty. So, and directly to me if we want to make it personal. So why would I believe any of them? You see what I'm saying? There's no reason for anybody to believe Michelle is being just altruistic here. How do we know Michelle is not the one screwing Megs over? We were fine with condemning Dottie a couple of minutes ago for doing ostensibly the same thing. So why would we... Right? You see what I mean? This gets really, really sticky. And had Michelle put the screenshots out ahead of time, this might already be resolved. This wouldn't be a question. This wouldn't be something. This is now Michelle is gonna have to like run a marathon as opposed to putting things out at her own pace that was going to be more condensed and easy to with less assumptions and people not having to speculate or form opinions without even now bothering. Right? Because at this point, some people might have watched this, been like, wow, this is fucking garbage, and then turned off, and now they have no chance to see whatever receipts Michelle does in fact have. Because I'm going off of the assumption that Michelle is telling the truth. Right? But I don't have to do that. People don't have to do that. Right? And so, again, we're back to... Again, not to pick on Michelle, because, again, I'm making the assumption that this is altruistic, and she does, in fact, has these receipts, and has every intention of putting these receipts out. But, when you do this stream ahead of time, without the receipts being out, it becomes a very, very, very big, difficult problem, because now people are going to make assumptions and come to conclusions, and then you're going to come out with receipts afterwards, and what's Meg's going to say they're fake? This actually isn't nail polish, it's a hardener, if you want to know. I got it from Amazon, but it's also available as a, like at Shoppers or like a drug mart. Yeah, I think Sar sent it to me. Yes, I believe Michelle will provide the receipts. She has shown some of us, many of them. I mean, that's great, but it doesn't really. I'm more than happy to believe that she's going to put those out as well. You know what I mean? Right? This is more of a community. I don't know if it's a good idea as a community to set the standard that people are talking a bunch of shit before putting the receipts out and then just taking it on faith. Right? I think that this community, this group, would, given from how much they've been burned, right? I would think it'd be in their best interest to have the expectation that if you're gonna have you ought to have these receipts out before you start talking, right? You see what I mean? So I can appreciate the community being gracious, right? But and then you end up into another problem, right? Now you're gonna have people who are going to believe in Michelle, and then people who aren't gonna believe in Michelle, and then those people are gonna start fighting, right? Potentially. And so what is Michelle going to do to mitigate that? Because that is a problem that she's directly caused, right? She's made these statements, caused this confusion, and people are just trusting her. So there's going to be people who are going to be trusting of her. There are going to be people who aren't going to be trusting of her. And ostensibly, neither one will be wrong. But then what? And what's Alice going to do if it turns out those screenshots don't exist? If Alice goes to bat for Michelle, right? Now, to be fair, that's on Alice. That's her decision. Alice can make that decision. Alice is an adult. Alice can make that decision. And I'm sure Alice would be able to handle that if and when. But if you want to avoid issues with Megs, and I believe actually Alice pointed that out in the video we're watching about being on the wrong side of controversy, you're better off to approach this where if you have the receipts and you've seen the receipts and you can show those receipts and those receipts have been in fact shown, you don't have to stick your neck out. Because right now Alice is sticking her neck out for Michelle. Right? If I were, I'm going to use me again as an example because I don't want to speak for other people. If I was an asshole, and let's say I get along pretty well with Alice, for example, and Alice is over here being friendly with Michelle, and Michelle has said shitty things about me, for example, hypothetically, I could be like, yo, Alice, what the fuck? I could feel offended that Alice is so accepting of this while I'm being thrown under the bus. It could feel to me like Alice is throwing me under the bus in this case. Right? Because she's accepting Michelle and she's accepting what Michelle is saying, including her apologizing or not apologizing to whomever, and me being like, Alice, what the fuck? Why are you being so friendly with this person who's been such an asshole to me? And then Alice is like, oh, well, I believe her. I've seen some of the screenshots and I'm just waiting. I think she's going to put it all out. And I'm going to be like, why should, well, fuck you. Right? It's really easy to incidentally end up causing this friction. Right? And it's all part of group and social interdynamics. Hi, Mandy. Hey. Right? And so, but now Alice has to contend with a handful of people being angry at her because we don't know whom Michelle has and has not apologized to, and some of those people might include people that aren't even necessarily part of it. So, for example, who ought not be getting a direct apology, let's say, right? So let's pretend that Dirty Uncle Sal didn't get talked shit on by Michelle ever, but Dirty Uncle Sal was watching, and Dirty Uncle Sal, as a viewer, has seen Michelle talk shit on Alice and has seen Michelle talk shit on me, and then seen me and Alice be like, hey, what the fuck is this shit these guys are talking about us? And then the next thing Dirty Uncle Sal sees is Alice on stream with Michelle being all fucking buddy-buddy about this. over screenshots we haven't seen yet. So now you've got a whole other party involved where you now have to include that you are doing this online on a stream. So now Dirty Uncle Sal might take undue issue with Alice because Michelle hasn't put out screenshots about me. You see you see how complicated this gets really, really, really fast? Right? Again, these are, I'm not doing this to say, like, to hold a gun to Michelle's head and be like, no, you did this wrong, you're a bad person, fuck you. No. No. This isn't about passing judgment. I am withholding my judgment on Michelle right now, because I am not going to either think she's being totally honest or condemn her or assume she's being dishonest. I'm making no judgment on this. I am saying that these are pitfalls that are very easy and very easy for manipulative, dishonest people to take advantage of. Assuming that Michelle is honest, it behooves her and the community to look out for these pitfalls so that way dishonest agents can't take advantage of this generalized standard or this confusion or this disregard or negligence to how these things are interconnected. And I know it sounds really, really complicated, but it's actually really, really easy. It's really complicated, but the solution is simple. And the simple solution is to be forthright before and ahead of time, and have your ducks in a row before you start doing this kind of stuff, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Sal. I'm sorry, Dirty Uncle Sal. I apologize. I just looked over at the chat and just picked the name. Again, I'm not saying that Michelle is being dishonest. I'm not passing judgment on that. I will likely formulate my own opinion, but I am being gracious and charitable in withholding my opinion for the time being. Fuck, what do you want about? You're very cute. Love you. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But I'm taking this from a place of I've done these things. I've been in this situation before. I've been in these scenarios, and I'm just trying to provide my pre-existing experience, right? And you take it or leave it. Again, you can just ignore me. I think it'll only cause you problems in the future. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be giving advice. But this is just I'm just trying to be as objectively analytical as I can be about how to handle these things in the future, or any advice that I can give to help assist and mitigate the potential problems. Not for Michelle, the individual, but for, like, Alice, Michelle, for Fashionista, Blondie, for, like, Claire and Linda and Clarissa and Sue, like this whole community keeps getting fucked over, and this is why. I'm trying to help you. Help me to help you, and I know nobody fucking asked, but I'm doing it anyway. Who asked for my fucking opinion? Nobody. I'm just some little goblin. Ignoring me is very easy. I would definitely recommend it. Can I help you? Are you mad at me because I don't have this bag of chips open that I've got sitting on the floor here? Huh? Yes? Yes. You won't come here? Come here. Let me say hi. Hey, yo. How's your puck break? Oh, yeah, by the way, I've implemented a new rule on the channel. If you super chat $50, we just take a puck break. Whether or not Puck is here, I will go and get him and bring him up for a break. A doggo break. Yes, but it's a $50 super chat because I don't want you guys interrupting me every fucking 5 minutes to go get the dog and interrupting his naps. Yes. Boop. Yeah, I know. Life's hard. Boop. Oh, I know. You want me to open the door? You trying to get out? No? What do you want? You want to go on the bed? I don't know what you want. I don't have anything. I have nothing. I have no things. Come here. I don't have anything. I'm not giving you more peanut butter. High five. Ah, good boy. Other high five. Ah, good boy. Yeah. I don't have anything. I'm sorry. There's no balls. I got no balls. Oh, there's one. Ah, I found the ball. Oh, yes. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Are you ready? Wanna try again? Oh, good boy. Alright, you got the ball. Alright. Back to business. He now has a ball. How old is Puck? Puck is 12. He turned 12 in March, I believe. I don't know his exact birthday, but March-ish. Sometime in March. I found the ball under the bed. It's a break for everybody but Puck. The early streams about the 4 C's. Yes, the 4 C's are a good one. Maybe I should do a restream about that. Which is just understanding, like, context, charity, etc. Does anybody even remember what all 4 of them were? The 5th one was cookies. We added 5 for cookies. What was it? Charity, context. Fuck. I don't even remember them all anymore. Been a while. I haven't used it. I don't remember! Caffeine corner. Oh man, caffeine corner was good. Puck, now you're being rude and nobody asked. You just threw the ball at me. What the fuck? Should do a stream about it. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't hate bringing back Caffeine Corner. I wouldn't hate it. I've played with the idea a little bit of recovering some of the like the carp triangle of drama and a handful of fallacies and stuff like that. I'm playing with the idea. Just bash my knee off of the desk. Got Puck when I was 4 years old. Clarification? No, I think that was I think the clarification was in context. I don't remember. Where's Feline? Feline had them all written down once upon a time. You know what? I can just look. You want me to just look? I'm sure they're around. Hold on. Back once upon a time, before Steve decided to literally shit the bed. I search his channel. Please do not make noise at me. Nope. The Big C Words, I believe, was the name of the stream from 4 years ago. Clarify was there. Context, clarify, charity, critical thinking, and cookies. I believe that's what it was, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. So it was context, clarity, charity, critical thinking were the 4 C's. Womp womp. I'd be remiss to send people to Steve's chat, or Steve's old streams, but hey, you wanna see little baby Chesh? Cantankerous. That's a good one. I like that. The 4 C's. Puck, 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 puck. Make the 4 C's a pinned comment in my Discord? No. No, absolutely not. I refuse. Yeah, we can do. I could. You know what? I'll look to do that. I will look to get that done. Yeah, the fallacies. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of doing a Caffeine Corner refresh, but it's kind of weird to do it as a solo show. Yeah, of course it's critical thinking. Of course it is. All right. Let's go a little bit further into this. Where were we? Michelle had just said that she was playing mediator for this loan situation, which is a dangerous position to put yourself in. I do not envy that.
You were called. I'm sure you didn't wake up one day and say, I you know what I want to do today? I want to contact someone to pay her. No, I bet you.
Yeah.
And I haven't talked to you. Like, this is the first time we've talked. In fact,
Right.
we've like the one DM we've sent is like, hey, do you want to be on the channel? And I'm like, sure. And then you sent me the link, and that's it. Because
Yeah.
I just I don't DM with people. But so this is the first time we've talked. We haven't rehearsed this or anything, but I doubt that you woke up one day and said, I want someone to pay her light bill. I'm sure what happened was that she went crying to you and tried to hype you up and get you to go ask. And see, that's how she gets so much stuff too. Like, she not only will she work on people, quote unquote, work on people, and she collects information. And this is where I think she's very she preys on people, because she'll collect information. Like, she'll watch chats. She loves being mods, right? She'll collect information and then she'll turn it back to be able to grift. Like, for example, in my case, I posted somewhere a long time ago that I was a single mom for about 5 years. So when she came in to collect from me, not only did she have Dottie come to me and say, oh, she's a single mom, it's her first Christmas without her husband, she left her husband because and this is all stuff she's talked about publicly, so I'm not exposing anything.
Right.
She's talked about this on a few channels. And so my point is that, like, she not only did she do that with me, but then she also had Dottie come to me and say it's her, it's her first Christmas. And I remember that. So, like, that's why I first gave, right? And then she kept using that story with me, and she would send to other people on her behalf. And you know what really makes me, I pity her, because ultimately she gave up on, she had really good friends. She had people.
So, isn't that what Charla said that Megs did to her about something about a dead mom? So where's all this charity for Charla then? If Megs does this all the time, why did people believe Megs about Charla? And I say this as, like, from my understanding, Pretend Fashionista watches Aaron. So if Aaron is believing Megs, or if Aaron is believing Veda or Megs about Charla, where's the pushback on that? Right? It's also silly to hyper focus too much on the capabilities of a singular person. Right? This is a group issue, not just a Megs issue. This is the same reason I was like, you can't just blame Veda for everything that that's happened in this community. You can't just blame Megs for everything that's happened in this community and just say, well, Megs was manipulating everybody. Oh, well, Veda was manipulating everybody. There's a degree of self-responsibility when you are a streamer on top of it. If Megs is streaming, if Michelle is streaming, if Aaron is streaming, if Veda is streaming, you are responsible for the information that you're putting out. Right? It means you're responsible for how people interpret that to a degree, right? In your presentation. You're responsible for where and what happens with that information after that to a degree, based on what kind of community you've built and allow in your space, right? You're responsible for making sure that what you're saying is fair and reasonable in what you're presenting, right? So if Megs was enabling Veda, is Veda at fault for anything? If Megs is so manipulative, how do we know? Since we don't have conversations between Veda and Megs, how do we know how much of what Veda did was Veda and how much of it was Megan manipulating Veda? If it's reasonable and fair to say that on behalf of Michelle, then it's reasonable and fair to say it on behalf of Veda. You need to be consistent. So the issue that I'm pointing out here is that this group and this community needs to have some kind of consistency and some kind of standard and apply it equally. And is that going to make people uncomfortable? Is that going to be difficult? Is that going to maybe take some creators you like and put them under some scrutiny? Probably. Should it, though? Yes. Yes, absolutely. I would expect the same. If I'm being inconsistent, I expect you guys to be like, hey, that's inconsistent. There's a reason why I play the whole videos. There's a reason why I look at the full context of screenshots when I can get it. There's a reason why if I don't know something, or if I don't have the context, I say, hey, I don't have the extra context around this, but here's this funny clip. And we treat it like it's a clip. We don't treat it like it's the be-all, end-all. Right? It is just a snippet. Right? And people are going to make mistakes, and it's okay to be charitable, and it's okay to be gracious about when people make an error. But in what way are they going to fix their error? In what way are they going to undo the damage? Like I said, Meg's and Michelle's videos all still exist, and Michelle can't control that. Michelle can't force Megs to delete things that she said on a channel she has no control over. Right? The same way I can't get rid of Caffeine Corner on Steve's channel. Right? I can't make him delete that. Not that I've tried. So if I said something wrong on Caffeine Corner, how do I go about correcting it? How do I go about undoing or mitigating the damage that I've done? Right? And it's difficult, it's complicated, and to a degree you can't. But the way you help mitigate these problems in the future is by having some kind of consistent standard by which you have this expectation of your creators. You have this expectation of the people in your community and how they behave and how they carry themselves and like an order of events. It's not because that I think Michelle needs to be hung or like taken out to the pasture for doing something out of order. It's because doing things in these orders as a guideline helps protect you in the future from people who are going to do so dishonestly. Not that Michelle is being dishonest currently. Right? I'm not saying Michelle is being dishonest. I'm saying that when honest people do things in this way, it opens up the door for dishonest people to expect to be treated in this way. Right? So, if you're going to accept Michelle doing things this way, then you have to accept Meg's doing things this way. And I don't think you want to do that. It's the same thing as if you're going to criticize Katie Joy for doing this thing, and your audience or your content creator is doing the same things that Katie Joy is doing, you're only being critical because it's Katie, not because the issue is a problem, which undermines the issue, right? You see what I mean? So you don't care about the issue, do you? You care about that it goes against a creator that wronged you, or it goes against a creator that you don't like, or an individual you don't like, and then it becomes less about the issue and more about you just don't like that person. Right? There's a reason why, like, if you want to say that, oh, Chesh is only doing things because she doesn't like Steve. You're welcome to have that opinion, but you can't prove that. And two, if you actually look at my content, how I talk about things and what I focus on and what I talk about, you will definitively show that that is not the case. I really don't like being given things to consider and own on Mondays. I'm sorry. Happy Monday. Fuck you. It's Monday. Yeah. Right? So it's like it's not in your best interest to just accept Michelle because she doesn't like Megs now. And if I want to use another example, it's not a good idea to necessarily accept Sue because Sue doesn't like Megs now, or Sue doesn't like Aaron now, or whoever it is. And you can pick anybody. You can pick Alice, you can pick me, you can pick Manya. It's not a good idea to to accept Manya because she doesn't like Steve now. There's a reason why, like, when Steve and I broke up, that me and Manya, or anybody from the NSS community that also left at the same time I did, or around the same time I didn't suddenly go and hang out with people who hate Steve. There was always people who hated Steve, but we're not suddenly buddies with those people because the issue wasn't about them, it was about the issue. Right? I don't suddenly agree with somebody that I've been disagreeing about with for years because we now dislike the same person. That is not a healthy way to go about your anything. It's not a good idea. Like, you're gonna end up with inconsistencies. You're gonna end up crossing bridges and making exceptions to your own principles that I don't think you really want to make, and that's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. Michelle said in a recent video, and she repeated something that Claire says later off in this video, and it's if somebody's talking shit about you to all of their friends, or there's somebody's talking shit about someone to you, they're doing the same elsewhere. If that is true, if that is actually the case, then we should have no reason to not suspect Claire and Michelle to be continuing to do the thing that they've been doing up until this point, just in a different direction. Right? Whatever that thing is, whether that's a good thing, whether that's a bad thing, is neither here nor there. Right? If you're expecting people to be consistent, because that's what that is, that's an expectation of somebody being consistent. They're consistently going to do this habit that you've observed them having. Right? So if Michelle has a habit of taking screenshots out of context or just believing things that other people say, what Claire is ostensibly saying in this stream is that there's no reason for you to suspect Michelle to be doing anything different behind closed doors or with somebody else, just in a different direction. So if Michelle was so shitty to Alice, for example, whether or not Alice decides to forgive her and whether or not she decides to stop being shitty to Alice is fine, but if she takes the same problematic behavior that was directed at Alice and just moves the target, and the target is Megs now, the problematic thing is still there. It's still problematic. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying Michelle is gonna do this. This is, again, an example of why you need to not be concerned about the individual as much as you need to be concerned about the behavior. I could flip it around. I could be like, okay, instead of saying it was Michelle, let's say it was pretend fashionista, or let's say it was me and Manya. It doesn't matter. You pick anybody, right? Pick anybody. It's irrelevant. So, if you make a community based on hate, you're gonna get hate out of it. Right? You don't build a community based on, I don't like this person, let's all talk about how shitty this person is, and suddenly have a community of nice and friendly people who all love each other. Like, huh? Where did you get that idea from? You know what I mean? It's one of if you really want an extreme, very large example, look at the ACA. Look at the Atheist Community of Austin. Shit fell apart because it wasn't built on a strong enough foundation or a culture, right? All right.
Like Nikki May, who would like send her favorite Skittles just because she was having a bad day, but ultimately she never appreciated it. She wanted cash from Nikki. She wanted cash.
I don't mean to be rude, but Skittles don't pay an electricity bill. So I don't know how relevant this is. I get the point, but you know.
Cash from everyone. So while Nikki was being so supportive, and I hope it's okay that I'm saying this out loud. Sorry, Nikki. But she very much just wants cash, and she wants gifts that she can in my opinion, she wants gifts that she can easily sell. Because if someone sent me Skittles because they know I was having a hard day, like, I'd love them forever. Versus her, she was basically talking crap about her behind her back. And I'm like, yeah, but I bet you if she sent you something you could sell, you'd be all happy and she would be your best friend. And so ultimately,
okay, this is something that Michelle, I think, needed to push back on. And I think not pushing it back on it is a little bit of a problem. Fashionista just spoke on Nikki's behalf for screenshots that may or may not exist at all. Right? Of a situation that may or may not be able to be verified. Which makes Michelle responsible for it. On her channel. And she didn't give any pushback. Right? Do you see the problem here? I'm sure Nikki May doesn't have an issue with this because they haven't made an issue about it, but luckily it wasn't an issue this time. But that doesn't mean it's always going to not be an issue, right? So again, this is just another pitfall you gotta look out for, because now we have to take Pretend Fashionista's information that she heard from someone else that may or may not be an honest interlocutor about a situation that we have no screenshots for. Right? So, again, it gets really sticky really fast. And now, Pretend Fashionista isn't telling her own story, she's telling someone else's story that she didn't ask permission for to share before telling it. So even if Nikki May is okay with it, it's still not a very good standard to set. Right? So, hypothetically, what if the story that Pretend Fashionista told was incorrect? There was wrong information in it. And now this is on Michelle's channel. And now Megs turns around and says, that's not true. I never said that. I never said that. This is what I actually said, and provides the screenshots for. What is Michelle going to do? So Pretend Fashionista is putting Michelle in a bad space, but because this is Michelle's channel and Michelle is the one in control of it, it's Michelle's responsibility. To be like, yeah, well, we can't verify that and we don't know. And this is assuming that Nikki doesn't get mad at Michelle for letting Pretend Fashionista do that. Do you see how fast this snowballs into a shit show? Again, not that anybody did ostensibly a wrong or a bad thing, right? I'm not here to hold a gun to your head. I'm not here to hold your feet to the fire and be like, oh my god, you did this thing fucking wrong. No. I am giving a cautionary tale of, it worked out for you this time for now. That does not mean it will do so every time. So it is in your best interest to protect yourselves by setting these expectations and standards. As in, you don't tell a story unless, inadvertently giving the win to Megs. Right, exactly. So Megs doesn't even address the rest of the stream, or anything else Pretend Fashionista says. They just say, oh, Pretend Fashionista made these bullshit claims about me, and without any proof, and here's the proof that she's just a liar, so you can ignore everything else that she said. And then Pretend Fashionista gets mad at Michelle. Right? Like, you see how this turns into a clusterfuck of bullshit really, really, really fast? In another world, Nikki feels like Pretend Fashionista took advantage of a story she told her in private for clout on Michelle's channel, and Michelle just let it happen, and Nikki May doesn't want to say anything. So maybe Nikki May didn't want that story told, but she's publicly being like, yeah, no, it's fine, you go ahead, because she feels like she has no other choice. Because now it's out there. And now Nikki May is getting attacked by Megs for lying to Pretend Fashionista. So now suddenly Nikki May is the fucking target for Megs and Wolf. And she didn't consent to that. Not ahead of time, for sure. You see? You see how sticky it is? It's so sticky! It's so sticky, and Michelle is now the one responsible for it. So what's Michelle gonna do if Megs goes after Nikki? It happened on your channel. What are you gonna do about it? And like, these are the kinds of things you have to think about, and this is how easy it is to slip into this fucking kind of shit when you don't have when you're playing ball on a court with no solid foundation, because we don't have the video with the receipts in it from initial. This is why it snowballs. You see how this is such a compounding problem? If we had the screenshots and could have the easy, like the conversation with Linda and Michelle with all the screenshots, we wouldn't be deviating into random things, right? You believe pretend fashionista wholeheartedly from your own experience, but I understand not everyone has had the same experience with Wolf, Megs, Veda. I believe that's the Hogs and Steve and company. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying that I believe pretend fashionista is being dishonest here. I'm not saying that anybody here is being dishonest or untruthful to the best of their knowledge and ability at the time. What I'm trying to point out is that the presentation leaves too many holes for things to snowball out of control and inadvertently, accidentally make new victims of something that you're trying to prevent. Right? If you're trying to prevent people from becoming victims or further bullied by Megs, non-consensually sharing somebody's story that you're not providing screenshots for makes them a target, thus potentially creating a new victim. And having the opposite effect of what your good intentions are. Right? So it's when you go live, when you decide you want to fight these fights, you're taking on a responsibility, and it's important to take those responsibilities seriously, particularly when you're dealing with people that you believe are ostensibly dangerous or some kind of threat to people, which it appears that they're presenting Megs as if she is somebody who is a threat, right? Or Wolf, who is a threat. So pretend fashionistas already said that they're afraid of Wolf. So what does it mean when Megs sends Wolf after Nikki? Because of what pretend fashionista said on Michelle's stream about Megs. I don't mean to be a downer. Good for standing up for yourselves. I'm just trying to help you avoid getting shit on. I feel like I'm the worst messenger in the world. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be productive. I'm trying to be constructive and not be too critical. I'm not trying to say that Michelle is being dishonest. I'm not trying to say that what Michelle is doing is wrong or bad or she shouldn't be doing it. I'm not trying to say that Alice is being dishonest. I'm not trying to say that pretend fashionista is lying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at that there's a lot of sticky problems that you need to consider when you're going to do something like this. And there's a lot of holes in this stream. And if you want your ship to sail safely, it would behoove you to construct your ship with a strong support system and a strong engineering blueprint. We still haven't gotten Blonde's story or what Blonde was here to talk about. Blonde has barely said anything. Same with Alice. We didn't get these stories yet.
Ultimately, like I said, this is a pattern as old as time. And what I'm trying to do, and this is why I'll never shut up about it. You're never going to shut me up, Megan. Like, good luck. I'm never going to shut up about this. The reason I keep talking about this, and I will never close my Twitter, as much as like I don't even like the app, but I will forever be on there exposing this stuff because it's a pattern. It's like she's not just doing this because she's trying to get her electric bill paid. In my mind, from everything I've seen, I think she has a much more dark purpose. Like I do think she's addicted to manipulating others and having this influence, and the fact that she's collecting info and then using that against people, I think that's just psycho to me. Like that's just crazy. Like we're here.
I think the word you're looking for is exploitive. She's exploiting the the information that she's given in confidence, right? I would be cautious about making definitive statements about somebody's mental state. You're also going to have a really, really hard time proving that Megs is like getting off on it. You know what I mean? Like this you don't, I'll put it this way. You don't need to add in additional speculation about and like stretch that far to say that there's like some dark purpose, some nefarious. This is very loaded language that's gonna not do you any favors, right? It's the same. Megs is gonna be able to pull like the same kind of stuff that Katie Joy pulls to be like, oh, they say I'm an existential threat to humanity. How ridiculous is that, right? Megs is gonna turn around and say, oh, they said I had some kind of dark purpose, and then told this bullshit story about Nikki that's not. Oh, you know what I mean? It's too hyperbolic. And especially after giving a conspiracy theory, you just stick to what you can definitively prove, and then have a goof on it, right? Just have a joke about it, right? When you start adding this kind of garbage, you're throwing shit on your corn. You know what I mean? You've already got a good, decent thing that it would be very difficult for Megs to prove or to disprove if she's lying, right? On the other hand, if she did spend money on an electrical bill, you're gonna look like a super fucking asshole. You're gonna look really fucking bad, and you don't need to put yourself in that position. You don't need to put yourself out on a limb like that. You can also just let people come to their own conclusions. You could be like, hey, here's definitively the thing that happened. Come to your own conclusions about what you think that means, and let people do that. Now, admittedly, this is a conversation stream, so her giving her opinion and how she feels about something is totally fair. But we're back to the compounding problem of this stream came out before the receipts did, the receipts video. I also think it's a mistake to have things on different platforms. Having Pretend Fashionistas information on a different platform than where the conversation is taking place can be very, very difficult to navigate, because now you're asking people to do a lot of extra work to go and even find the information that you're talking about. So I would recommend either Pretend Fashionista making a video or getting Michelle to make the video for her. It doesn't really matter, but doing a proper explanation of these screenshots with the argumentation without the additive commentary, and then this video is your commentary, right? That's why you do it in that order, so you avoid people taking advantage of this shit and just saying shit and then never putting anything out. Right, because now we got a problem of this story about Nikki that we don't have any definitive anything for and don't know where to find it, even if it does exist. And Sue, because Sue said the thing in the side chat that we have no fucking screenshots for, right? No offense, Sue. It's not your fault. Compounding problem. Snowball is rolling out of control.
Here to just kick it and have fun, and she's over there doing her investigative work to be able to get money out of people. Like that's like takes it a whole. She's not just stealing from people. I think she's way more dangerous than just a petty theft, you know, a petty thief. Yeah.
And you're gonna have to show that she's stealing. That's a whole nother accusation.
Okay. Anyway, so I'll stop talking. Yeah.
Well, you know, golly, it's like everything that you have said is ringing bells. Like my head is full of bells right now. Okay, because
I do not envy Michelle being put in this position, because they've just put her in a really difficult place, but it's a place that she opened up herself to be in. So she just got a lot of information dumped on her that she doesn't have the screenshots for. She doesn't have access to that information. She can't verify it. And from the sounds of it, she doesn't know how to handle that. And that's one of those things that I feel like you did start a stream for people to come and tell their stories about Megs. You've been around for a year. You streamed for 4 months shit-talking people. And now you're like, oh, well, I'd never heard any of this stuff before. I didn't know any of this. And now I have to process a lot of information on a live stream that you can't actively verify on that live. Well, you could, but I'm assuming, like, I'm giving the charity that you can't actively verify it right now. So you've put yourself in a very difficult position that I don't think you intended to do. I would also. So there's been times. This is just my own experience, so feel free to take it for what you will. There's been times where somebody has brought something up on a stream, on a live stream. Because the other problem with this stream is it does seem to be people commiserating as opposed to asking people questions about their experiences. And if you don't ask questions and you just kind of agree with it, you're tacitly passing around information that you don't know is true or not. And again, that's not to say that I think Pretend Fashionista is lying. That's to say that Michelle right now doesn't know if any of this information is accurate or how accurate that information may or may not be, let alone Michelle is not able to form an opinion right now, and she's being put on the spot. She put herself in that spot, but by hosting the stream like this, but the way I've dealt with stuff like this in the past is by pausing the stream and being like, wow, that's a lot of information. Where did you say you put your screenshots? And she would say on Twitter. I'm like, cool, can you send me a link? And then you go and you pull it up while she's talking and while she's saying this story and while she's telling that story. Because then you can agree or disagree or criticize or ask pertinent questions about whatever screenshots Pretend Fashionista does or does not have. Thus, if Pretend Fashionista is being truthful and honest, you'll be able to bolster and build up what she's saying here, or if she's being dishonest, you'll be able to help tear it down, so that way you don't have fake or false information going out on your channel that you have to be responsible for. Right? So if you put yourself in that position, you kind of need to be prepared to do stuff like that and be able to be fast on your feet. Otherwise, the way you would want to handle this is you would want to have these conversations and have the screenshots and everything ready beforehand. I got myself into a position that was a little bit similar to this when I interviewed and talked with that one like OG Katie Joy Facebook lady. The screenshots that she promised ended up being like really hard to decipher and hard to figure out, and they were supposed to be sent to me through another thing. Luckily, she ended up just directly posting them on Twitter, and then I just linked that in the video. So, what I would recommend is Michelle probably should go and get Pretend Fashionista's Twitter link that has this information in it, either by searching it for herself or getting it from Pretend Fashionista and linking it in the description of this video, but also saying that you're doing that at the time frame and be like, if you really can't stop the stream to go and actually verify this stuff during the stream, because sometimes that happens too, would be to just say like, oh, well, that's a lot of information that I can't verify right now. So if you could give me the link to that, I'll make sure it's put down in the description below, and you guys can go and check out for yourselves and go and read through those. And I'll probably do a video reading through those at a later date. All right, boom, bing, bang, done, right? It also doesn't... I've been kind of leaving out that this can potentially be problematic for Blondie or for Alice, or for people in the side chat. Well, I've talked about the side chat a little bit, but this could potentially be problematic for Blondie because Blondie's not really in a position to be able to question what's going on here. And I also have no idea how comfortable she was on this stream. I know Alice had to take off, but now Alice's name is on this video with this stuff, right? And so that ends up then being, hey, this stream you were on had all this stuff in it, and you're both like, huh! You know what You know what I mean? It gets sticky really, really, really fast.
You know, like I was saying, I contacted Linda And Linda and I were on the phone for quite some time. And then Linda finally said, that she was going to send her the money to pay the power bill, but it was going to be a loan where the others had been, gifts for everything else. So, and I told Megan that. I said, she's fixing to send you the money and it's going to be a loan. She needs it.
So now this part of this happened in a phone call that we're not going to be able to verify. So we have to just trust Linda and Michelle, whose stories presumably match. Right? And people are going to have to decide whether or not they're going to believe that. But again, on stuff that we still haven't seen screenshots for. And now we... the hole goes deeper, my friends. Deeper. We dug too deep. The dwarves, they've gone too deep. Got too greedy.
Paid back this coming Friday. Because if the bill had not gotten paid, Megan had said that, we were not going to go live for like close to 2 weeks. Because, she wasn't going to have power. And without power, there's no internet. And, and she knew how much I absolutely, at that time loved the channel. And we had a greater, good that we were trying to do.
A greater good? The greater good? Can I get greater good in the chat, please? Thank you very much. Greater good. I don't think you want to say that, because now if people go back and look and they watch your channel, what's the greater good? This?
Ellen, who she's talking about right there.
Right.
Since she knows everything.
Right. And then Willow says, I agree. This is all just garbage. You did something no one else was in a position to do. I wanted to testify to the things I've seen in 4+ years. I couldn't make the trip. You actually stepped up and did something. They use your GoFundMe. Get the F out of here. Rabbit and Veda GoFundMe. Okay, listen.
Oh, God.
Chesh would not have been there without a GoFundMe. Period.
How do you know that? What makes you think that? It's pretty definitive. I'd be curious.
So,
well, possibly. I mean, you know, I'm not going to say what I think about that, but my thoughts on that. But yeah, we'll go. It's a possibility. But my question is, why is it okay for her to have one, but it's not okay for Renelle and Veda and other people who need to go there to Kansas? Why can't they have a GoFundMe? Why was it not okay?
Yeah.
I mean, they all had the right to have a GoFundMe to help raise money to fund their trip, but why is it not okay just for the people they don't like to have one?
I agree with you.
So I'm not even saying that,
the greater good. Part of the problem with this is there's answers to those questions. Because it's not about whether or not people like Rabbit or Renelle or Veda for GoFundMes. It's that it's against GoFundMe's terms of service to utilize GoFundMe in that way because there's TROs. I'm not under a TRO. I haven't been served paperwork. They have. There are answers to these things, right? And this is the trouble with, well, I just listened to whatever somebody said. So, what greater good? Right? When you turn around and say you've been doing wrong things and then turn around and immediately call those wrong things the greater good, what was the greater good of this channel when the first thing you guys were doing were shitting on people for rightfully calling out that Veda was asking for IDs? What was the... You're sending people down a rabbit hole to go find the context for themselves, and this is the context they're going to find. Right? Because you haven't laid the foundation before you started talking shit. And so you're going to turn around and there's no reason for Joan or Manya or me or whoever else you did or did not apologize to buy any of it. And there's no reason why your audience, both the audience you had on Meg's channel or the audience you have here or my audience or anybody else who talks about this in the future, to pick up what you're putting down. Right? Because you're dropping it into a fucking fuck off hole. And it's like, well, I'm not gonna go get it. I'm not going down there. I'm not in the mood for splunking today. Right? You see what I'm saying? Sorry, I need to click it back a second because there was another bit in here that I was like, ugh, that's a bit of an issue.
Close to 2 weeks. Because, she wasn't going to have power.
That.
Sorry, I remember what it was. This issue about the power, right? If Michelle was the one who begged Megs to have a channel, and Megs was like, I understand how much Michelle really, like, how much this channel and the greater good means for the community and for Michelle personally, why is it unreasonable for Megs to want her power bill taken care of if she's doing all this work for Michelle and for the community? Sar, hold that question for rum and coke. I'll come back to that. Is it wrong for Megs to not have to invest money when she's already investing the work into something that everybody is encouraging her and begging her to do, right? So we're back to now we've got this other problem that's going to be detracting from the issues, right? If Michelle said it was alone, how do we know that Megs didn't understand it, that Michelle was going to pay back Linda? We don't know. And that's the problem. There's a bajillion excuses you can come up with. There's a bajillion ways you could interpret this. And because we don't have the screenshots ahead of time, we don't know. And it really doesn't help when we are notably dealing with a company of people who are notorious for being dishonest agents. Whether or not Michelle is being dishonest here or not, I'm assuming she's not. But now we're going to have to contend with screenshots this, phone calls here, phone calls there, whether or not there's actually verifiable anything about what. And instead of doing this, you could have put your screenshots out ahead of time, and you could have focused on the behavioral problems, which is actually a much larger, more definitive issue. But this is assuming that Michelle thinks that what was going on wasn't acceptable on that channel. And we don't know if that's the case, right? You know what I mean? It's unclear because the foundation has not been laid.
And without power, there's no internet. And, and she knew how much I absolutely, at that time loved the channel. And, we had a greater, good that we were trying to do. But oh man, I could just really, if I had a hammer right now, I'd probably hit myself in the toe.
Stop. And you know what? Like, I know you feel that way, but I'm glad you got away from her. Like, you were much smarter than many of us. Like I said, she played me like a fiddle for months, and that's why I'm never going to shut up Megan. But it's just, you got away from her pretty quickly, actually, because She held on to people much longer. She duped me for longer. I mean, it took me longer to catch on than it took you. But ultimately, I think what she doesn't realize is that or what I was gonna say is, she does that on purpose though. Like that's why she's like immediately starts calling us bullies and mean girls and tries to get everyone to block people that have wronged her. She doesn't want any of us talking because then we'll compare notes and be like, oh, all of this sounds super familiar. Yeah. So it's like I kind of see why you were duped because of the fact that, and I'm not trying to make excuses.
Not quite. You do that when you're still getting along with those people and prevent them from speaking to each other, and you isolate people so you can control what information each person has so you can turn them against each other. You do that while you're still, like, on terms with them. When people disagree, what she's trying to do would be something more along the lines of, and I'm not saying this definitively, I'm just saying this in regards to the example. What she would be trying to do in that case would be to lump all of you together, so that way if one of you is dishonest about something, she can brush away the criticism of the entire group. Right? If one person says something wrong in a group of people that are quote-unquote just haters, then she can brush away the other legitimate criticism that may or may not exist. Right? And that's where your standards have to come in. Right? That's where you have to start self-policing. Because if you can self-police, then you can say, yeah, no, I agree with you. It gives you common ground. Where you can say, yeah, I agree with you. I think that what that other person did was a little bit offside for whatever reason. But what do you think about this? And then you can bring it back to the issue.
Excuses. I'm just saying, like, back then, she was so new to the community, like, none of us suspected any of this. But then the minute we did start comparing notes, we were like, hey, this is wrong. And then she tried to get us to turn against people that were being vocal against her. And it's like I said, even people that didn't realize it at the time, a few months later, they'd catch on because, again, she's just always trying to see what's in it for her. She's trying to get money for her. She's trying to collect gifts. And it's like that wears people out. But ultimately, she's losing.
But that's not that doesn't make her a scammer. Wanting to get paid for work you do or being in something for the money doesn't make you a bad person. Right? Again, we're back to, like, this is not the route you want to go down. Saying that she's scamming or saying that she's getting money for reasons that are not true, or under false pretenses, is something different, and you should be able to definitively show that. Saying that her motivation is money, that's not inherently a bad thing. That doesn't mean she's getting the money through unfair or unreasonable means, right? So you need to be able to tie one thing to the other, and of course, in this stream, you can't do that because the foundation hasn't been laid and the screenshots aren't readily available, right? On the other hand, people, Steve's GoFundMe. That. Yeah. You run into problems very, very quickly. The problem is when you start removing yourself from a group like this because one person did you wrong, you need to evaluate the entire group to make sure that whatever your standard you're holding Megs to, you have to then apply it to Aaron and Veda and Steve and Michelle and whoever the fuck else. If you're gonna hold one of them to that standard, you need to hold all of them to that standard. So you can't sit here and support Megs, or so you can't sit here and condemn Megs but support Aaron. You can't sit here and support Aaron but condemn Steve. You can't sit there and condemn Steve but support Nikki. Aaron. Specifically. Right? So you can't support Michelle and condemn Dottie. Not based on any standard outside of how you feel about it. And that's arbitrary. Right? Your feelings are valid, but they're arbitrary. You need more than that.
Out on like support system, and if she really is going through everything she claims to be going through, then she needs a lot of support right now, and she doesn't have that. She doesn't have any in real life friends. From what I saw, she doesn't have a job. Like, there's no way she could be modding chats 24/7 and be like, working as a medical professional. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I pity her.
Right. Oh, bye, Fatty. Okay, Linda. Good deal.
No, Joan. You can't. You have to be around in this community for a year, where the people that you're modding for and supporting are directly talking about me, which means you cannot have ever actually watched a video or actually read through something that I've said properly to make up your own mind, because people are adults, right, and not just believing whatever they're told, why only half reading shit that they're presented with, right? Meg's is magic, apparently. Her manipulation is so fucking good that it literally blinds people from being able to, like, ask a singular question to somebody. Truly incredible, I must say. I'm kind of impressed.
Yeah, we were kind of worried about that one. So yeah, I mean, everything that you have said, like I said, is just exactly what had happened and what went on. But I guess to me, the biggest thing was trying to get me to turn on Linda, and
That's what blew me away, was the way she tried to pit you two against each other. And the one that was giving her all the money is the one that she was trying to blow off.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because she had all the receipts. That's why. Because she knew Linda had all these receipts, she tried to alienate her. That's exactly what she did to me, to Nikki May. And it's like, and I just want to be really clear. I am saying this myself, and I never go on panels. Like, I don't do this, but I felt like it was necessary because I don't want you to get any heat for the stuff I want to say. I don't want anyone coming for any of my friends. Like, you directed at me. I'm a big, like, that's why I got on this panel. So if Megan has anything to talk about, she needs to come to me. Like, I'm on Twitter.
Then you shouldn't have brought up Nikki, and you should just put together a thing. You can have anybody else present it for you, but this isn't gonna. This sounds like you're just throwing out bait. You don't need Megs to respond for you to show that Megs is wrong. Right? I can show that Aaron is wrong without Aaron needing to respond to it to prove me right. The video should stand on its own. It doesn't need a response to validate it. The information is the information. Right? I don't need Megs to address it. Like, same with this video. Michelle doesn't need to make a response video. She doesn't have to. She can. Nothing's stopping her from doing so, and I'm certainly not going to say that how dare she. It might be ill or better advised about how to go about doing a response video to this stream, if that's something that she wants to do. But she certainly doesn't have to. This video stands on its own, whether she answers it or not. Right? So relying on the person you're criticizing to respond as part of the criticism doesn't work like that.
She has a channel. Come on, Megan, come to me, because I just don't want anything being directed to any of the other people that she did wrong back in 2021. So she needs to, be a big girl and step up to me. So that's why I was like, this is important for me to get on this panel and say my piece. And so I just want to be real clear. She better not even think about coming for anyone that's in the chat or any of my friends back from when we all fell out when she was back in there.
I'm not telling you you're wrong for saying what you're saying, or like what you're saying is incorrect. I'm saying this is going to have the opposite effect of what your intention is, if what your intention is what you're stating it is.
Anti-KJ. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Because people were so good to her, and people have even more receipts than what's been shown, and people haven't shown it just because we're tired of talking about her. But if she keeps going, then even more stuff will be exposed. So she really just needs to address the things I'm talking about and then keep it moving.
Hi, Clarissa. Hello. Oh gosh.
She's never going to address anything because she doesn't think she's done anything wrong.
Yes,
Oh yeah, I'm fully
I
expecting
agree.
for her to call me a mean girl, bully, and troll. That's what I mean. Like if she wants to address any of this stuff, I know she's gonna, she's gonna feel like she has to defend herself. Okay, fine, but she needs to direct it towards me. But Claire, click the link. Come on, Claire, come up here. You got a nice little story too, because you modded with her. I was never a mod with her, and you were. So
Yes.
click the link, Claire.
I will put the link in again, Claire, because I really want Claire up here.
Yeah,
I had sent her
Claire.
the link earlier,
What was
and
that
I know
about?
her voice is a little rough, but there it is. Oh, wait, I have to hit send. There you go, Claire.
Oh, you might be noticing in the chat, at Here for a Good Time got removed. I don't know why. I'd be curious to know. If they swing by, I would love to know why they got removed, because I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think we're gonna get to the... And I don't know if it's something that happened in this video or something that happened in another live stream. I don't know what happened there. So if you're seeing people talking to somebody and they're not... You can't see what they're saying, they got hidden on the channel, presumably.
So, like, I'm not the only one that's pleading for you to come up here. There's the link, so you can come
I'm
up
just
here with
amazed
us.
at the body bags that this woman has left in her trail for years.
That's kind of extreme, but
you know, I would recommend just...
I mean, realistically, there's only one body bag, and it's Dottie. Dottie's the only one who doesn't exist online anymore. All these people are still around, and they're still talking, and apparently they all still have screenshots that they're willing to converse about and drop, according to Pretend Fashionistas. So that all these people are still, like, around. They're just in different spaces. The only one who's gone is Dottie at that point, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm forgetting. I mean, I guess Charla as well. You could add Charla in there. So that'd be two definitive body bags. But Blondie's being a little bit hyperbolic. But and you have to keep in mind that it's not like Megan did that all by herself, right? It's not just Megan. I mean, as well as if Michelle, who was also modding with Megs at the same time for Veda, then arguably Michelle has a hand in this as well, including the Charlotte stuff. But I don't know. That would be a conversation for another time, perhaps, about what Michelle does and does not feel like she's responsible for. Again, we're back to the beginning, the compounding beginning problem, where we don't have the receipts and it's unclear about what Michelle agrees with and no longer agrees with. I'd be curious to know. I honestly, I think the thing that I'm most curious about would be to know what Michelle still agrees with, right? As opposed to, like, what she doesn't agree with anymore. So, yes, Joan, yeah. Yeah. I think me and you are on the same page.
Because if you do feel like you need to help somebody out and they want money for their electric bill, electric company, as long as you have the account number, you don't need a password, you can send money to the electric company on that account number. They don't care who pays it. They just want that money. Yeah. Same with the Visa. You just need the Visa number, or any utility, even the landlord. It doesn't have to be direct cash to the person.
Right.
Just, I mean, so you shouldn't like not want to help somebody, but you should figure out how to cover yourself.
Yeah.
And make sure that's what they're going to use it for.
Oh, wait, looky here. I thought you said you wasn't clicking the link, Claire, and here you are.
Bear.
I said I wasn't clicking the link for a specific reason. But
right, yeah.
My voice is horrible, so
just before, because I think Claire said why in the chat, her specific reason. It says, I'm not, in all capitals, clicking the link. To be honest, I won't give the liars the pleasure of anything to go at you all and me about. Is that it? Oh. Never a single bit of proof for any of the accusations made against so many. You get a report from CPS, a notification, she should show it. It never happened, in my honest opinion. It was for sympathy, to get people off her back at the time she was being exposed for her lies in DMs about me. What she did for more than 2 years to me is disgusting, to be honest, referring to Megs.
Forgive me. And I don't want to cause any poop. But there are people in this chat who were very, very hurt by all of this. And I realized after 2 years of this crap, me being silent helped that hurt extend. And I won't do it anymore. But I will ask you all, tell your stories, but tell the facts. Let people check it. Don't show anything that isn't true. And don't go on some damn hate campaign. Just walk the walk. Take accountability that you all didn't check what she said about all of us, because you didn't. Everybody up here had a part in what happened to me. Some of you, even after the truth came out. All I am.
And we've got another person now jumping into the stream and being like, get out of my way, talk about me. Oh boy. Okay. we are back to they're supposed to be there to talk about Megs and what has gone on and commiserate over over telling the story about what had happened with Megs in regards to them. Not, I'm going to come into the stream and call everybody out for agreeing with Megs about somebody, or vaguely, like, some people in the chat, some people on the panel, everybody here, somebody here, everybody's responsible. This is too vague. I think I'm gonna have to pause it there. I think we're gonna have to stop there for now, because we've been live for nearly 4 hours. We made it to the half-hour mark. We made it to Claire entering, and then we've got another hour of Claire. So, I will give one piece of very constructive criticism. Claire probably should not have been on this panel. At least not in the mindset that she was coming in on. It seemed to be against her better judgment because she didn't want to be there. And I don't think this particular panel was ready to deal with what Claire decided to end up talking about, from what I've seen so far. I also think it would have been in Michella's best interest to know when to pull the plug on somebody. The same way that eventually, because a kind commenter on, I believe it was Nikki's stream, when Megs had her little bit of a breakdown, said that Meg shouldn't be on this stream. Michella probably should have pulled the plug on Claire, who was clearly not in the place to be on that panel talking about what she was talking about at the time. There's a lot of problems in Claire's presentation, and I think it's going to need its own. It's very much going to be we have to change gears, because the direction she takes and where she kind of like hits the ground running from is a very, very different discussion about what's the word I'm looking for? It's a very, very different discussion, and we very much have to change gears from where we're at, which is currently like speaking in a community basis about how to help Michelle set standard for her channel, for the people that are watching, like Miss Cassandra and Moby and Nikki and Clarissa and Joan and Linda and Shanley, all in the side chat. This community of people that are trying to cobble together some kind of semblance of group. This community. I don't know what Claire is referring to, and that's gonna become an issue further into this stream. And there's like a whole ton of contextual problems, and those contextual problems are going to need a different lens than what we're right now. I'm not, like I said, I'm not judging, I'm not condemning Michelle or Alice or Blondes or Pretend Fashionista or Claire for what we've discussed so far. Unfortunately, what the direction that Claire runs in, and unfortunately nobody curtailing her, turns this stream into a very different situation, and I think that it deserves to be approached appropriately. And it is a very like what's the word I'm looking for? Right now I'm just trying to be as constructive as possible, and I think unfortunately after listening to this more than once, I'm going to have to be a little bit more aggressive with this other part of the stream, because there's some bullshit. Like, right now, there's like a little bit of bullshit flying around, but I get the intention of Michelle and Alice and Pretends and Blonde and the side chat people are trying. There is an attempt. Right? There is an attempt to try to sort things out, sort out feelings, sort out stories, trying to, like, figure out what's going on, trying to compare and contrast who's had what happen to them to try to suss out some kind of semblance of understanding. And that's what happens when somebody, like, takes advantage. Everybody's got to question everything, right? But you do need to set these standards so that way when you are questioning, you don't miss things. And when somebody else tries to come in, you don't miss it when they're fucking with you, right? Which is, it takes time. I'm not gonna harp on people for learning and trying to figure that stuff out. But Claire, oh no, oh no. I watched this in the Discord with people ahead of time because I wanted to, like, I gave this a lot of thought and a lot of consideration going into it. And I was bending over backwards, like embarrassingly so, in the Discord to be like, oh Claire, oh Claire, oh Claire, oh no, why? So, I'm gonna come back to this because I want to be fair, and I don't think it's fair to treat the first 30 minutes of this stream the same as the next hour, because there's a very distinct change in tone, as you might have been able to hear right out the gate. There's a distinct change in direction, and there's a distinct change in the what's going on. It is whiplash inducing. It's I'm still going to try to be as fair as possible, and I'd probably be a little bit more gentle than I would be otherwise. But it gets a little rough. So I think it's reasonable to give that another shot. You guys, actually, I'll ask you guys, since there's a good number of people here. Do you guys think if I cover Claire, in a part 2, should we do this on Twitch, like back to normal Twitch stuff, or do you think I should come back to YouTube? Because the reason why I did this on YouTube was because this has definitively been a thing that is happening on YouTube, and it's all over YouTube specific, like explicitly. So I did this one here to give people better access to being able to actually engage in the conversation. And also, in the future, perhaps, depending on what Michelle decides to do, depending on what Alice decides to do, what Blonde decides to do, what Pretend Fashionista decides to do, of course I have an open-ended feel free to come and talk to me. And if there's if we need to schedule a conversation, like a live conversation, we can do that. Yeah, Claire was definitely in the wrong headspace for this. Oof, my oof. There's some statements that are made that are problematic. We'll call it that. But we are getting to the 4-hour mark, so I didn't want to rush through Claire's stuff. But I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna be done. Get the f out of Dodge, dude. I hope you enjoyed. Please leave me comments down below what you think. I know that I was not critical of the actual events. So whether or not what Michelle was saying is true or definitive, or what Pretend Fashionista was saying is true or definitive, I'm not analyzing the nuances of the individual conflict right now. I'm just trying to help this community that they're in, and that's this community that's clearly scrambling to try to find some kind of foothold. I am trying to give out some things that I think can help this community get a foothold, so that way they can kind of come together and help them find a foothold and stop getting taken advantage of over and over and over again. Jesus, stop, please. It looks like we're probably going to do it on YouTube. So yeah, I'll come back. Maybe I'll just do it another Monday. Maybe I'll just do it next week. It's going to be rum and coke. So if you do have questions and just do want to chat about whatever, let me know. This is going to be rum and coke. And if you have questions, we're more than happy to answer them on rum and coke. And, you know, it's a good time. So have a drink. Get an alcoholic beverage. Get a non-alcoholic beverage. We're just going to be hanging out. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, man. Holy Jesus. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been fun? I hope that my intentions came across fairly, and hopefully it was helpful. If it wasn't helpful, if you don't take my advice, I'm not gonna be offended. And again, I'm not out here looking for stuff. We'll talk about Claire on another day. Whichever day that is, I don't know. We'll see. Probably, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm gonna go. Thanks for joining me. Give me money so I can pay my electrical bills, so I can keep providing you guys content. Thanks. Become a member. See you in a few hours. Bye!